His First Love, a Hammond family farm novel. Ivory Peaks Romance, Book 1. Written by Liz Isaacson. Narrated by Cody Roberts. Chapter 18. Molly stood at the door and smiled all of her new second graders out the door. The moment the last one left, she reached over and turned off the lights. She pulled the door closed and locked it. At her desk, she sighed, every muscle in her body telling her she should have worked out that summer. At least walked around a lot more than she had. She'd worked a lot around Hunter's farm, mapping out where their barns and stables and paddocks would go for the new equine therapy facility. But that obviously wasn't the same type of work as teaching all day. She opened her bottom desk drawer and took out the bag of peanut butter cups she'd put there last week. She rewarded herself with a specific candy each day during the first week of school, with making it through the first day always earning her very favorite treat. She unwrapped the miniature peanut butter cup and peeled off the paper before sticking it in her mouth. Her eyes drifted closed, and while her exhaustion was complete, she sure did enjoy this flavor combination of peanut butter and chocolate. After she'd eaten a few sweet treats, she turned her phone over. Hunter had texted a few times, but Molly honestly wasn't sure she had the strength to read the messages. Their argument over his job felt like it had happened just yesterday, though it had been a few weeks now. Things just hadn't been the same between them since, especially because he and Wes hadn't found anyone else to take the job. It felt like time was marching forward, day by day, and soon enough, he'd be announcing his departure from Lab 6. She still had prep to do for tomorrow, but before she began, she swiped on her phone to read Hunter's messages. "Hope you've had an amazing first day," he'd said, which caused her to smile at his thoughtfulness. His next message read, "Can we go to dinner tonight, or will you be too tired?" Then, "I'm going to bring a whole bunch of pizza out to the farm. You'll be out there, right? Matt said you'd be coming out to meet with him and Gloria to go over the progress on the construction." "Yes," she typed out to him. "I want chicken and bacon pizza with Alfredo sauce. Tons of cheese." Hunter didn't respond right away, and Molly got up to get her work done. There was always more to do, but Molly had learned how to do what needed to be done for the next day only. Otherwise, she'd spend hours and hours in her classroom after school. A few hours later, she pulled up to the farmhouse she'd grown to love. Hunter's parents and siblings had returned from Coral Canyon, and she found his father sitting on the front steps with his daughter, showing her how to strip the bark from a stick. They both looked up at her as she got out of the car, and Jane set down her knife and came bounding down the steps toward her. Molly smiled at the child and hugged her tight when she reached her. "How was school, you lovely girl?" "I started 6th grade today," she said, stepping back. "Everyone seemed so big, tall." Molly beamed down at her. "You'll grow taller." "Maybe," Jane said. "Mom is short." "You can do anything a tall person can do," her father said from the steps. "Yeah, except reach stuff," Jane grumbled. "Come see what we're doing." Molly followed the girl and smiled at Hunter's father. "Hello, Gray." "How was your first day, Molly?" He glanced at her and then focused on the wood in his hand again. "Tiring," she said with a sigh. "I'll survive, though. I keep telling myself that I've done this before. I'll get used to getting up early, and I'll remember how to scarf down lunch in only 15 minutes. Gray chuckled, and Molly joined him, though she'd spoken true. "Are you here for pony power?" he asked next. "Yes," she said. "I'm supposed to have Matt walk me through how things are going with the construction." Gray nodded, and when he didn't ask another question, Molly basked in the silence. It was so still and so peaceful out here. The wind moved through the trees in the distance, and she could hear it coming toward her. The rustling grew degree by degree until the leaves on the trees in the front yard moved, and Molly let the breeze brush by her face. She took a deep breath of the fresh air that had already started to cool. The weather in the Rocky Mountains could be unpredictable at best. It could snow in September, and then the next day be perfectly sunny and warm. "Gray, do you think Hunter's going to take that CEO position?" Molly asked, the last word or two nearly choking her. Several seconds of silence followed, and Molly was beginning to think she'd imagined herself asking the question when he said, "Yes." She nodded, though her misery and desperation had exploded inside her. "You don't want him to," Gray said, not really asking. Molly shook her head, barely hearing him as he said something to Jane. He taught her for a few minutes, and Molly decided she couldn't stay. "Excuse me," she said, standing up. "I need to go find Matt and Gloria." That was true, but she really just wanted a moment to mourn for Hunter. She'd barely made it around the side of the house before Gray caught up to her. "Molly," he said, "wait a second." She breathed in through her nose and took a moment before she turned back to him. He looked so much like Hunter, though his son was taller, darker, and broader. "He feels like he has no other choice," Gray said. "I know exactly what that feels like," she said, her chest collapsing on itself. "I will do my best to support him." "I know you will," Gray said with a heavy smile. "I will too. That's all we can really do." She nodded, said, "Excuse me," again, and ducked away from him. She met Matt out by his cabin, and they went to find Gloria. She was working with a handsome black and white horse, and she quickly tethered him to a walking circle so she could go on the tour with Molly. "So much has changed since I was here last," Molly said, looking around. "I guess it's been a couple of weeks." She'd been very busy preparing for the new school year, helping Ingrid and Kara move into their apartments for the new school year, and even going with Lyra and Mama to taste the wedding cake options. "The biggest change is the row house," Gloria said, leading the trio that way. "It's finished inside now, and all they've got left to do is paint and seal the outside." She took Molly through it, and Molly marveled at the beautiful stalls, the fine craftsmanship on the doors, and the perfectly placed hooks and shelves for all the tack and feed. "This is great," she said, looking around at everything and trying to take it all in at once. "Matt did some tweaks on the design," Gloria said, a noticeable measure of pride in her voice. "We've both worked with plenty of horses in our day, and I have to say I agree with his changes." "It's great," Molly said. Her inexperience with horses and barns and stables had been covered up by hiring a designer to work on the construction of the facilities needed for the therapy program. Pete Marshall had helped her several times, and she couldn't even see what had been changed. 20 minutes later, she'd seen everything, and they started the walk back to the farmhouse. "We're still on track for it to open next spring," she said. "We just need personnel now, counselors, trainers, and maybe even an administrative position to keep the whole thing running smoothly. Someone detailed and organized, who could make phone calls and greet wounded or scared kids with a smile and a piece of candy." "Someone like me," she thought. Molly pushed the thought out of her mind. She had a job she loved, and she barely knew how to ride a horse. Gloria had offered to teach her, but Molly had only taken a few lessons before things had gotten too hectic. As she climbed the back steps to the deck, she heard Hunter's voice inside the farmhouse. "No right to tell her that," he said, and he was not happy. Matt looked at her over his shoulder, his eyes wide and worried. Molly kept going, because she needed to face Hunter sooner or later. She supposed it was going to be sooner. Gloria entered the farmhouse first, then Matt, then Molly, and she paused to take everything in. Elise stood at the edge of the counter, a wooden spoon in her hand. Gray and Hunter sat at the table, neither of them speaking. They both wore a grim look on their face, and Hunter's looked more like a tornado about to touch down. "Pizza's here," he said, jumping to his feet. "Can we eat, Elise?" "Let me call the kids." She went toward the front door, while Gray stood and moved the pitcher of punch to the counter next to the pizza boxes. Paper plates and napkins had already been set out, and Molly strongly disliked how Hunter kept his back to her. He hadn't said hello either, or even looked in her direction. Strong feelings moved through her, and she decided she wasn't going to let him ignore her. He couldn't hide from her. She wouldn't hide from him. As Tucker and Deacon came tearing into the house with loud voices, Molly moved past everyone to stand next to her boyfriend. She curled her fingers around his and said, "Hey, did you get my text about what kind of pizza I wanted?" He never answered, and Molly hoped the simple question would lighten his mood. He cut a look at her. "I got it." "Thank you." Jane came inside, and Chris rose from the couch where Molly hadn't even seen him and Bev. Hunter's grandmother didn't stand, and Molly didn't like the gray color of her skin. Alarm pulled through her, but no one else seemed to notice. Gray said grace, and the kids attacked the cheese pizza. Molly took 2 slices of the chicken and bacon pie Hunter had ordered especially for her, and she took her paper plate over to the couch where Bev sat. "How are you, ma'am?" she asked. Bev gave her a weary smile. "I'm still kicking." "Can I get you something to eat?" "Oh, Chris is bringing me some of that all-meat kind." She reached out and patted Molly's knee. "You eat whatever you want, dear. You get to be my age, and it doesn't seem so important to eat salads for every meal." Molly grinned at her. "Today, I ate half a protein bar and downed a Diet Coke for lunch." She giggled, glad when Bev did too. She took a big bite of her cheesy pizza, just as Chris arrived with a plate for Bev, Hunter right behind him. "Hey, Grandma." Hunter bent down and gave his grandmother a kiss on the top of the head. "Can I steal Molly from you?" "You go right ahead, dear." Hunter returned her smile and met Molly's eyes. He didn't look 1 second away from an eruption now, and Molly said goodnight to Bev and Chris before going with Hunter out to the back deck. He put his plate on the picnic table and sat down. She sat beside him, not quite sure what to say. Hunter seemed to be mulling over his options too. He finally said, "I know my father told you I'm going to take the CEO job." "I asked," Molly said. "It's not his fault." "He had no right to tell you," Hunter said. "I was planning to tell you." "Were you?" "Of course I was." Neither of them had touched their pizza, and Molly looked at her very favorite food in the whole world and couldn't imagine eating it. She couldn't look at Hunter, and though he sat right next to her, he felt worlds away. It's going to be okay, he said.
If you say so.
Molly.
What, Hunter?
He sighed. It won't be forever, and I feel like it's the right thing to do. She thought of the prayer she'd offered. She'd asked for God's light, so he'd know what to do, and perhaps he had been shown the path. She didn't have to like it, though. Her fears reared up, and she picked up her pizza and took a bite so she wouldn't have to say anything. She suddenly couldn't see a future with him in it. Even if they did stay together and get married, she'd hardly see him. He'd be so busy in that building, and Molly didn't want to start off their life together by herself. She didn't want to raise her children alone. If Hunter became the CEO, he'd essentially be married to his job, and that meant he couldn't marry Molly. Please, he said, say something.
There's nothing for me to say,
she said. It's my family duty, he said. One day, it might be one of our children's family duty. She looked at him then, trying to see inside his head and understand his thought processes.
You still want to be with me?
Why wouldn't I?
Because you're not going to have time to breathe, let alone continue to build our relationship.
A cloud covered his face, and he turned back to his food, too. I don't think that's true.
How many hours do you think a CEO works? She challenged. It's more than you work in Lab 6, and for a while there I barely saw you.
He started to nod, his expression angry and his jaw tight. I see now.
See what?
You don't want me to take this job because you don't want to be left behind.
Yes, she said. Exactly. Who would want to be left behind?
You want me to text and call and spend time with you?
Yes,
Molly said, not bothering to deny it.
Don't you want to talk to me and spend time with me?
Maybe he didn't, and Molly's insecurities rushed through her, staining her mind and making her throat and chest as tight as they could be.
Who's going to raise all those kids you say you want? She asked quietly. Me? By myself? While you're up in that corner office, dealing with who knows what for who knows how long?
We're not even engaged, he said, his voice mostly made of a growl.
I won't hold my breath then,
Molly said, standing up.
He'd brought up kids. He'd brought up the equine therapy program. And she'd been the one to put it all together while he worked in that high-rise downtown. She felt so foolish, so used.
She picked up her paper plate of half-eaten pizza.
Excuse me.
Molly, he said, the growl and frustration gone now. She paused, her back to him. He stood up and put one arm around her tentatively. There's time for the job and for you. She nodded, because she didn't want to fight.
I trust you, Hunter.
She twisted and looked up at him.
I'm going to go, because I'm tired, and I have to teach again tomorrow.
Okay. He dropped his hand, and Molly slipped away from him. She also didn't want to say anything she'd regret later, and she probably already had. She couldn't go back into the house and face his family. So she scurried around the side of the house like a coward, got behind the wheel of her car, and hurried back to Saltine and Gypsy. After feeding her pets, she grabbed a container of cubed cheese to make up for the pizza she hadn't eaten. Then Molly climbed into bed and cried into her cheddar. Chapter 19. Hunter went back inside the farmhouse, where the conversation stopped upon his arrival. "She left," he said sourly. He sat down in the nearest chair and took a bite of pizza. It tasted like sawdust in his mouth, but he chewed anyway. He'd driven for an hour to get here tonight, and he couldn't stand the thought of making the drive back to the condo. "She's not happy about you taking the job," Elise said. "I know that," Hunter said, sending a glare down the table. "I'm not sure why, though." "What did she say?" Dad asked. "She said I wouldn't have time for her." Hunter didn't want to admit to the truthfulness of that. He barely had time to see her now, and he left the lab by 6 every evening. Now that school had started again, she'd be busier than ever. He wasn't complaining about her job. The more he thought about her issues with him taking the job, the more selfish she started to look. Hunter passed on dessert, told his parents to keep the leftover pizza, and didn't ask to stay in his old bedroom. His father wouldn't let him leave without a tight hug. Afterward, he looked him straight in the eye and said, "You'll do the right thing, Hunter." "I just want to make everyone happy," he said miserably, recalling the conversation he'd had with Molly about this very thing. "I want you to be proud of me. I want to do right by the Hammond name." The real problem was that none of those things lined up with what he really wanted. "Hunter," Dad said, "I am proud of you. I couldn't be prouder, in fact." Hunter nodded, but he wasn't sure he believed his dad. "You have done right by the Hammond name already," he said. "You're doing so much with what you've been given." He cocked one eyebrow. "And Hunter, you can't make anyone happy. That's not your job." "Feels like it," he sighed, because he'd felt like this when thinking about his relationship with his mother, too. "I need to go, Dad. It's a long drive back to the city." Dad just nodded, sometimes his silence saying more than his words. Hunter left the farmhouse, hoping the long drive would give his thoughts time to straighten out. They didn't, and he simply arrived on the 23rd floor more exhausted than ever. Hunter kept his head down and did his work in Lab 6. He led the meetings he'd been assigned to lead, and he studied the reports coming out of the control room. He noted adjustments that could be made in the organic makeup of the drug he and his team were working on, and he ate sandwiches for lunch and ordered dinner to his condo in the evenings. He made sure to text Molly whenever the thought occurred to him, and according to the alarm he'd set on his phone for 7 p.m., even just to ask her about her day in the classroom, if he couldn't think of anything else. Nothing much happened in the lab that was too exciting, so he'd stopped talking about work. She didn't seem to want to hear about his job anyway. She responded to his texts, but it felt like they were dancing on eggshells, and by the end of the week, Hunter's mood couldn't be worse. Her house was closer to the city than the farm, and Hunter tossed his lab coat toward the hooks just inside the door of his condo and dialed her. He loosened his tie as the phone rang, and he just collapsed on the couch when she said, "Hunter, hello." She didn't sound tired or upset. Quite the opposite, in fact. The sound of her voice sent a river of happiness through him, and Hunter didn't want to lose her. His throat tightened and he swallowed, trying to find the right thing to say. Did he love her? He'd loved her as a teenager. He'd loved Abby as an adult. He loved his family, and Hunter knew what love felt like. He knew what it sounded like, and more importantly, thanks to his mother, he knew what it didn't look like and sound like.
Are you there? She asked.
Hello? Yes, he said quickly so she wouldn't hang up. Sorry, what are you doing tonight? Might you have time to come have dinner with me at my house?
Your house? She asked, and he could envision her with her eyebrows up.
Yeah, he said, looking around the condo.
The whole place reminded him of a hospital room, though the light splashed a yellow glow around the room instead of white. Nothing here said who lived here and that they took pride in living here.
You've never been here, he said. I can order dinner and it'll be here at the same time as you.
Just a second, she said, and the sound of scuffling came through the line. She spoke to someone else on her end of the line, and Hunter suddenly didn't want to take her from whoever she was with.
It's okay, he said. Are you eating with your family?
He'd seen Molly's sisters and parents several times over the summer, as he still drove out to Ivory Peaks to attend church. Molly sat with him, and they'd exchanged pleasantries a few times after the service. She'd spent Sabbath afternoons with him at the farm, and Hunter didn't want to steal her from her family tonight.
I'm with some work friends, she said. It's okay. I can be there in a few minutes. We're actually on our way into the city. I don't want to interrupt you.
I need a ride home, she said.
Hunter pressed his eyes closed, wondering why he was trying to get her to stay with her friends when he wanted her there with him. I can give you a ride home.
Okay, she said, and her voice softened. Will you text me a reminder of where you live?
Yes.
The call ended, and Hunter quickly typed out his address and sent it to Molly. He barely existed in this condo, so all he had to do to clean up was put his coffee mugs from the past few days in the dishwasher. The silence in the condo annoyed him, and he connected his phone to his Bluetooth speaker and set some classical music to play. Lucy had encouraged him to listen to music without words. That way, his mind could churn through what it needed to, and he could find the answers he sought. Tonight, he busied himself on his phone to order dinner, and then he settled at the kitchen table and pulled a crossword puzzle in front of him. Hunter wasn't sure how much time had passed before his phone chimed. He usually set an alarm whenever he did his puzzles, because he could get lost inside the clues and boxes.
Malls,
he answered, his mood much improved, though his stomach told him he hadn't eaten yet. He got up from the table and strode toward the front door.
Are you here?
In the lobby, she said. I have the food from Lola.
I can come down.
He opened the door.
I ordered a lot of food.
I can make it, she said. I just can't get the elevator to open. It needs a code?
Oh, right.
Hunter had a card he scanned over the screen in the lobby.
It's 2374.
Okay. A moment passed, and she went, Yep, I'll be up in a minute. Hunter met her at the elevator door and took one of the bags from Molly. He had a hard time meeting her eyes, and when he did, she wasn't looking at him either. They flitted around each other, and Hunter hated that. He hadn't felt this awkward in a long time, and he thought of something Lucy had told him once, years ago. Address things head on, Hunter. You'll be happier in the end. He didn't open his mouth on the walk down the hall, though. Lucy had also told him that he was the only one who controlled how he felt, and if he put off an awkward air, everyone could feel it. Gathering his courage and confidence, he opened the door for Molly and smiled at her as she walked past him. Their eyes met for a moment, and that second of time sizzled. The chemistry and attraction between them hadn't lessened, though they hadn't seen each other face to face for a few days.
She put the bag of food on the counter and started unpacking it, while Hunter closed and locked the door behind them. He joined her at the island and did the same with the food, laying it all out. "Do you want to eat first, or do you want a tour?" Hunter turned and opened a cupboard to take out plates. If he dined alone, he ate from whatever container the food came in. But on a Friday night, with his girlfriend, he could use plates and real silverware. He slipped his hand in hers, moving slowly and gently. Her fingers made room for his, and he squeezed. "I've missed you." Molly turned toward him, and he easily took her into his embrace. All of the awkwardness and unease inside him dried up, and Hunter let out a long sigh. "I've really missed you." He ran his hands through her hair, his desire sparking like static electricity. He wanted to kiss her, but he needed her to say something first. How much she missed him would be nice. "How was the first week of school?" he asked, glad she hadn't stepped away yet. Molly tipped her head back, and Hunter gazed down at her. He stroked his fingers down the side of her face, a smile filling his soul. "You're beautiful." She finally smiled then. "I missed you too." She reached up and brushed her fingertips along his forehead where his hair was. "You're not wearing your cowboy hat." "I do take a break from it every now and then," he teased. "Give my scalp a chance to see the light." Molly grinned up at him. Her eyes drifted closed, and Hunter read all the female signals fairly well, thanks to his kissing spree over the past 10 years. He wanted to claim her mouth, but instead, he pressed his lips to hers gently, holding back his desire and pressing against his hormones. This sweet kiss would communicate more than his hunger for her, and that was what he wanted her to feel in his touch, his love for her. He was right on the cusp of it, but he knew it bubbled and boiled, and that soon he'd be swimming fully in love with Molly Benson. She kissed him back with a slow, simple strokes, and Hunter pulled away after only a few seconds. He'd slid his hands up her throat to her face, and he held her there as he whispered, "I don't like it when we disagree." "I don't either," she said. He released her and stepped back. "I apologize for my mood on Monday evening. I was frustrated with my father for telling you, and I'm extremely frustrated at the situation in front of me." She nodded and faced the food. "You texted all week, and you ordered from my favorite restaurant?" She reached for the first container and opened it to reveal the garlic lemon green beans Hunter loved. "I think you're forgiven," Hunter murmured. "Thank you, Molly." "I'm sorry I've said anything about your job." She opened another container and got pork pot stickers with soy ginger sauce. "You've always been driven in your work, and you're one of the most hard-working men I know. It's not up to me what you do with your life, and I apologize for butting in where I shouldn't have." Hunter appreciated the apology, and he opened a couple of boxes to get to the main courses. Honey orange duck and the chicken pesto pasta. "This one is for you, sweetheart." He pushed the pasta toward her. She sucked in a breath while Hunter reached for the aluminum bag that would have the garlic bread he adored. In his memory, Molly liked it too. He glanced at her to find her wiping at her face. She twisted slightly away from him as she dished herself some pasta, and Hunter let her hide her emotion from him. Sometimes he needed a moment to compose himself, and he'd like it if she gave him that moment, so he gave it to her. He opened another container to find the steak chimichurri and spiced potatoes, and one more to reveal the last main dish he'd ordered, turkey pot pie with roasted onions.
"You really did order a lot of food," she said.
Hunter loved to eat, and he hadn't been able to decide what to get. "We can order dessert later." He got out a bowl and put half the turkey pot pie in it, then started dishing some of everything else onto his plate. "Or we can walk down the street to the corner. They have delicious bread pudding."
"I have a good raspberry bread pudding recipe," she said. "I should make it for you sometime."
"Yes, please." He smiled at her and took his food to the table where he'd been doing his puzzles. "Something to drink? I think I have water and soda in the fridge. Maybe some lemonade." He hurried back into the kitchen and opened the fridge. "Nope, just water and soda." Molly crowded in beside him.
"What kind of soda?"
He backed up a little so she could see. Her hand curled around his forearm, and Hunter's blood heated. He looked at her as she said, "I'll take that Dr. Pepper." He reached for it and handed it to her, watching her for another sign that she wanted to be close to him. She smiled and took her plate and can of soda to the table. She sat across from him, and Hunter tamped down the urge to move over next to her and kiss her until he couldn't breathe. Once they'd both settled at the table, Hunter picked up his fork and took his first bite. He wanted to continue their conversation, but he really didn't want to ruin this new peace they'd found between them. They ate in silence for a few minutes, while Hunter gathered his bravery. "Molly," he finally said, and she glanced up at him. I think my job is your business." He cleared his throat. "I mean, if we're really going to keep seeing each other, and we have long-term plans to be together, you should definitely have a say in what I do." Her eyes rounded, but she quickly looked down at her half-empty plate.
"You think so?"
"Well, I want to keep seeing you," he said. "I want to have a long-term plan with you." He put another bite of duck in his mouth and took his time chewing it. He'd given her time to say something, and she hadn't taken it. Address it head on. "Molly," he said again, waiting for her to look up at him. "Be honest with me. Am I the only one who has a long-term plan for us?"
"Define long-term plan," she said.
"Marriage," he said. "Kids? A life we build together, with family vacations and Christmas traditions?" He thought of Dad and Elise, and how they'd each compromised for the other. They each made their own happiness, but they talked about the things they didn't agree on. One didn't just bow out completely, and Hunter suspected that was what Molly had just done.
"When do you anticipate all of that happening?"
she asked. Hunter blinked, because he didn't have a timeline. "When we're both ready."
"Are you ready to get married?"
"To you?" he asked. "Yes." He nodded, because while the idea of marriage did terrify him slightly, if the woman at the altar with him was Molly Benson, he felt sure he could say "I do."
"How soon would you want children?"
"We're young," he said. "You tell me." She didn't. Instead, she asked,
"Would you want me to quit teaching to stay home and raise the kids?"
In his mind, yes. That was the life Hunter imagined. Molly at home with the kids while Hunter went to work. Where that work was still hovered just out of sight. But Hunter knew not everything in life could be planned. "That's up to you," he said. "I'd like to think we'd talk about it, and we'd come to a solution that worked for both of us, as well as our family. Molly nodded and forked up another bite of pasta.
I'd be willing to consider a long-term plan for us, she finally said.
Hunter's heart flopped against his ribs, a wail starting in his ears. Consider it? How had he been so blind? He thought he'd been reading her signals pretty well, but maybe he'd been only seeing what he wanted to see.
I have to be honest with you, Hunter. Molly set down her fork. Because I don't think you're being realistic. I think you've got this fantasy in your head, and when real life manifests itself, you're going to be disappointed. Disappointed in me. Disappointed in our marriage. Disappointed that you've married me and that you've built the kind of life you don't really want.
Hunter stopped eating too, and leaned back in his chair. He folded his arms, because he didn't need her to tell him what he wanted. He knew what he wanted. He'd spent years untangling his thoughts and emotions, and he already knew what was important to him. I know what real life is, he said.
She shook her head. No, you don't. Not really. You've never had to scrimp and save and sacrifice for something.
So this is about me being rich? An old, familiar darkness entered his soul. He couldn't believe his money mattered to Molly.
No, she shook her head. I mean, kind of.
She sighed and reached across the table as if he'd put his hands in hers. He didn't, and she pulled her hands back to her lap.
You didn't have to sacrifice to go to MIT. You're smart and you got a scholarship.
I worked dang hard at MIT, he said, the words carrying plenty of bite. She probably didn't know about the awards and merits he'd earned in college. He hadn't told her, because Hunter didn't need to brag.
I know you did, she sighed. But Hunt, you have to see what I'm saying. You didn't have to interview for jobs. You just had one waiting for you. You didn't have to save to start major construction at your family farm. You just did it because you have a ton of money. You bought 17 horses without even blinking an eye, for crying out loud.
Hunter couldn't argue with any of that, though he wanted to. He worked hard in the lab. He didn't buy those horses on a whim. He'd researched their origin first. Maybe he hadn't blinked when writing the check, but that didn't mean he hadn't done his due diligence with the animals. Molly leaned forward, her bright eyes filled with earnestness.
I think your fantasy involves that farmhouse, she said. Not a corner office. Not a high-rise condo with fancy woodwork everywhere and the best appliances money can buy. It involves hay and goats, horses and cowboy hats. It has lots of little boys and girls running toward you when you come in from the farm, and a pretty wife waiting for you at the top of the steps, with your favorite meal on the table.
She paused, and Hunter knew she was giving him space to disagree. Eventually, Hunter said, yes, that's the dream. She gave him a smile, but it didn't hold much happiness.
And I'm sure you'll get it. All Hammonds seem to get whatever they want. They dream big, and they achieve their dreams.
Is there something wrong with that?
No.
She shook her head and looked down.
No, there's not.
Hunter wasn't sure where she was driving. His experience with Abby had taught him that love didn't conquer all. She'd gone back to New York to fulfill her family duty. Why couldn't he? You're young, he thought. The whole future lay in front of him. and for the first time in months, he thought maybe it didn't include Molly Benson. Chapter 20. Matt stepped out of his cabin and zipped his jacket all the way to his chin. The weather in the Rockies could be fickle, snowing one day and then nearly back to summer-like temperatures the next day. Today, Mother Nature had decided to blow a cold wind across the farm, and Matt reached up to press his cowboy hat to his head. The kids had left for school 10 minutes ago, and he enjoyed the silence in the cabin and around the land. Elise took all the kids to school in the morning, and she worked out of an office nearby until kindergarten ended. She didn't do a lot for her landscaping and lawn care business in the winter, but she'd been considering expanding into snow removal. Matt didn't know what she did in her office, and he didn't much care. She took his kids to school for him, and he picked everyone up in the afternoons. Gray would have all the animals fed by now, and Matt expected to see him jogging down the road at any moment. Sure enough, the man went by, wearing long, black running pants and a sweatshirt. He was as predictable as the sun rising and setting, and his habits actually made Matt smile. He didn't like routine and consistency nearly as much as Gray Hammond, and Matt walked toward the newly constructed stables across the pasture from the row of cabins. Yesterday, he'd started his work in the office in the barn, going over the field rotation schedule for next spring. That way, he knew what to plow under this fall, and what to call in for the fertilizer and pest control crop dusters. Since school had started, he hadn't seen Molly out at the farm much. They'd pushed over the summer to get the construction done for the horses Hunter had purchased, and only one stable remained. The crew chief had promised Matt it would be done before October hit Colorado, and he glanced down the lane to see the skeletal frame of the unfinished stable. Inside the biggest one, Matt breathed a sigh of relief to be out of the wind. He loved the design of this building, and he went down the main aisle, greeting the horses that came to see him. He went around the back, behind their stalls, and started opening the doors that would lead the horses out into the paddock the stable bordered. With all 10 of them out, he got to work on shoveling out their stalls and putting down fresh sawdust and straw. He put new water in each stall and reopened the doors so the horses could come back in or stay out. That done, he went next door to the new hay barn, where he'd been organizing tack and making space for the new load of hay that would arrive that afternoon. On his father's farm in Montana, buying hay could set the whole operation into the red. But the Hammond family farm didn't seem to have a budget. They didn't have to use the money the farm generated to live, and Matt envied them that. When his father had passed, he'd inherited a healthy sum of money. Nothing like $1 million, let alone the billions Gray Hammond possessed. Enough to make his life comfortable. Matt had been working for someone else since his father's death, because he'd sold that farm and he'd needed to have a job where the daily tasks were well defined by someone else. Then he could just get up in the morning, do the work, and go to bed at night. He worked until lunch, shifting around the hay and stacking it higher. He made a plan for how to rotate it, and he left notes for Gloria and Gray, the only other 2 people who worked the farm with him. As if bidden by his thoughts, Gloria called his name as he finished his last note. "Right here," he called, throwing up his defensive walls. He could admit he was attracted to Gloria. He could, and he had. He'd also told Hunter once that he wasn't ready to date again, and that still remained true, though another month had passed. The beautiful blonde appeared from around the corner, wearing a pair of skin-tight jeans with plenty of dirt on them, a tight, red coat and leather gloves. "I need you," she said.
We've got a cow caught in a fence." Matt dropped the pencil and hurried after her. She'd obviously been out checking the herd, as a single horse waited right outside the barn. "I'll get Shadow," he called. "No time," she said. "Hop on with me." Matt hadn't ridden a horse with another adult in a long time. He rode with Brittany all the time, but Gloria was quite a bit different than his daughter. She wasn't much wider, but she was taller, and wrapping his arms around her made his heart stutter and skip in a way it hadn't in a long, long time. He held on as she spurred knitted cotton into a gallop. Her hair whipped behind her, and Matt put his head right next to hers to avoid it. She wasn't wearing a hat, and he suspected she'd lost it on the ride in. They arrived at the tangled cow in only a few minutes, and Matt swung down to the ground first. Gloria followed, saying, "I tried to pull that line down, but I'm not strong enough." Matt wasn't sure he was either, but he could try. "You grab onto her legs so I don't get kicked." Gloria got right in behind the cow and grabbed her hind legs. The cow lowed, clearly not happy with what was happening. The scent of blood hung in the air, but Matt ignored it as he positioned himself on the other side of the cow and bent to pull one line of barbed wire up and push the bottom one down. 3, 2, 1, he said, counting in quick succession. He put all of his strength into moving the lines that had been wired tight enough to prevent exactly what he was trying to do. He groaned with the effort and said, "Just a little bit further." His muscles strained, and a wave of heat moved through him. "Got it! Go, go!" Gloria yipped at the cow, and it moved out of the fence. Matt released the lines and rubbed his gloved hands together, panting. The cow trotted off, still lowing like Matt and Gloria had done something horrible by saving it. "Do we need to round it up and check her legs?" Gloria sighed and turned to Matt. "Yup." Matt wished he had his own horse. "Guess we should have roped it before we let her loose." Gloria exhaled and smiled, something he'd been seeing more and more often lately. They hadn't talked much in the couple of months she'd been here. Gloria had always been a really private person, and Matt was still trying to figure out how to be a single father. Now, though, everything seemed easy between them. "I'll lead, and you can ride," he said, starting back toward Cotton. "I need to walk," she said. "I've been in the saddle for hours." They both walked alongside the horse, Matt leading her by the reins. "After lunch, I'll go hunt down that cow and take care of her legs." Gloria shook her head. "I'll do it." "You're better at medical care than I am." She gave him a smile, and Matt thought he saw a hint of interest in her eyes. "Can I ask you something?" she asked. "Go ahead." "You don't wear a wedding ring." That wasn't actually a question, but Matt heard plenty of others stemming from the statement. "No," he said. "My wife and I divorced in March." He couldn't quite look at her. "I'm sorry." Matt took a deep breath. "I'm slowly moving on, learning how to take care of the kids by myself." He glanced at her then. "And she's an alcoholic, and I got full custody." Gloria nodded, her head bent against the wind. "What about you?" he asked. "Never married?" "No." She shook her head, and he wished he could see her full expression. "Never met anyone?" She looked up then, meeting his gaze. "Not that I wanted to marry. You know how some cowboys are." Matt wasn't sure what she meant, but he agreed anyway. "Why? What happened in Montana to bring you here? I didn't think you'd ever leave Tailwind." Gloria's face fell,
and she looked away. Not down again, but over toward the row of cabins where they both lived.
"My father died," she said.
Confusion pulled at his eyebrows. "Well, I'm sorry," he said. "You and your daddy. I know he meant a great deal to you." He'd raised Gloria alone after her mother had died when she was 10. She'd worked at Tailwind, a huge cattle ranch just outside of Sugar Pond, for her entire life. "Well, I'm still not sure why you're here," he said. "Surely your daddy left the ranch to you." She didn't answer until they were almost back to the stable.
"There was a will, but it didn't say what we all expected it to."
Matt really wanted to know what it had said, but he didn't want to pry. Gloria wouldn't appreciate it, and he liked talking to her. "Do you want to come to lunch with me? I'm making grilled cheese sandwiches to go with that chicken noodle soup Bev made yesterday. I take everything over to their place and eat with Chris and Bev." She swung her attention toward him.
"You do?"
He nodded. "Well, they like it, and I like it, and..." He shrugged. "Oh, you're welcome every day, if you'd like."
"I'll get Cotton out in the paddock and come over," she said.
Matt smiled at her and touched the brim of his cowboy hat. "Sounds good." He left her in front of the stable and crossed the pasture back to his cabin. He'd bought a big bin as soon as he'd realized he'd have to haul ingredients from his cabin to the generational house where Chris and Bev lived. He loaded bread, sliced cheese, butter, and garlic powder into the bin and started out the back door this time. "Chris," he called as he opened the door. "Here for lunch?" The scent of salt and something roasted hung in the air, and Matt's stomach rumbled for meat instead of a grilled cheese sandwich. "Come in," Chris said, pushing hard to get himself out of the recliner. He wore a big smile as he greeted Matt. "Bev's got roast beef coming out." "I was going to do sandwiches with the leftover soup," Matt said, taking the bin into the kitchen. He wasn't sure where Bev was, but she sometimes took a nap in the morning. Over the summer, he'd often find her in the small flower garden in front of the house, but it had been cleared already. "Have you ever put roast beef on your grilled cheese?" Chris's eyes were still bright and alive, and Matt grinned at him. "I haven't, but it sounds amazing." "It is." They worked together in the kitchen, warming soup and making sandwiches. When a knock sounded on the door, Matt quickly wiped his hands on his apron. "I invited Gloria." He hurried toward the door to let her in, while Chris called that he'd go get Bev. Upon opening the front door, Gloria met his eyes and said, "Hey." "Come on in." He stepped back to make room for her, and she passed him with a smile. She gazed around the generational home.
"Wow, this place is beautiful."
"Single level," he said. "Easy access. Your dad had a generational house, I think."
"He did," she said. "Never used it, though."
Matt wanted to say he would have had he lived longer, but he had enough tact not to. "We added roast beef to the sandwiches," he said, scooping one crusty, golden sandwich off the griddle. "Hope that's okay."
"I grew up on a cattle ranch," Gloria said. "We had beef for every meal."
He smiled at her and pushed the plated sandwich toward her. As he ladled soup into a bowl, Chris returned to the kitchen with his wife. Bev definitely looked like she'd just gotten out of bed, maybe for the first time that day. Matt watched the two of them as Chris helped her into a chair, and then said something to her in a quiet voice. He came into the kitchen, not quite able to shake the worry from his expression before Matt saw it. His heart pounded hard for a moment, and he wanted to ask if Bev was okay. Something told him not to, and he handed the ready bowl of soup to Chris. "I'll do another," he said. He did, and once Gloria had it in her hand, she turned to join Bev at the table. Matt put the other sandwiches on plates and took all three of them to the table too, while Chris dished up a couple more bowls of soup. When everyone had food at the table, Matt smiled around at everyone, his eyes lingering on Bev. Her skin color pinked up as she ate, and soon enough, she was talking to Gloria like they were old friends. Gloria possessed plenty of charisma, and she could play a part really well. Matt liked being with her, and he didn't know what that meant for him. They dated in the past, but she hadn't given any indication that she'd like to do that again. Matt had resisted the idea in the beginning as well, but today's events had his thoughts turning in a new direction. "We better go find that cow," Gloria said once they'd all finished eating. "Yup." Matt got up and started clearing the table. Gloria worked with him, and they loaded the dishes into the dishwasher. "Leave the pots and pans," Chris called from the table. "I'll take care of them." "All right," Matt said, and he quickly wiped the counter, loaded up the leftover bread and butter, his cheese and garlic powder, and he and Gloria stepped out the front door. "That was fun," Gloria said. "Well, thanks for inviting me. Better than eating alone, right?" "Well, I don't mind eating alone sometimes." "I seem to remember that about you." He slid her a smile, which she surprisingly returned. He sobered, something unsettling on his mind. Did you think Bev looked really ill?" "Yes," Gloria said simply. "Do you think I should say something to Gray?" "You think he doesn't know?" Gloria studied him, her pretty eyes searching his. "Well, I don't know," he said. "I don't know how often he comes to see them. Probably regularly, but maybe not right when Bev got up. At noon. If you're worried about it, and you think you should tell him, you probably should." Matt just nodded, because he didn't want to overstep his bounds. At the same time, he knew Gray Hammond. They'd been working together for 15 years, and he considered Gray one of his closest friends. As they approached his cabin, he asked, "Would you come with me to talk to him about his mother?" Gloria paused and looked at him again. He wasn't sure what was going on in her head, because she'd always been good at hiding how she really felt. Working on a busy cattle ranch with dozens of rowdy men, she'd had to be. "All right," she said. "Let me know when." "Thanks, Gloria. Well, give me 5 minutes to put this stuff away, and I'll be right back to help you round up that cow." He started up the back steps. "Well, come on in out of the wind if you'd like. I won't be long." He didn't expect her to follow him, but she did, and Matt's nerves rattled around as he preceded her into his home. At the same time, her presence comforted him, and Matt wondered if he was ready to start thinking about allowing another woman into his life. Chapter 21. Gray Hammond arrived at HMC just before lunchtime, his worry for his son propelling him all the way from the farm an hour away. He hadn't called Hunt and told him he was bringing lunch, and Gray wasn't terribly keen on going inside the building. "You've been gone for years," he told himself. While the company provided excellent benefits and wages, surely a good majority of the people he'd known would be gone by now. Gray reached for the sandwiches he'd stopped to get, and he got himself out of his truck and into the building. As he approached the receptionist's desk, he recognized the man sitting there. David Sanders stood, his eyes widening.
"Mr. Hammond?"
he asked. "It's just Gray," Gray said, remembering the days he'd strode by this desk, his power suit perfectly crisp, his shoes shiny, and his briefcase full of very important documents. Oh, what a different person he'd been then. "I'm hoping to see my son for lunch." He held up the bag of sandwiches. "He's assigned to Lab 6.
Hunter, of course," David said, reaching for his key card. "Let me get you in the elevator."
"I don't necessarily want to go in," Gray said, glancing toward the huge bank of elevators behind the desk. "I haven't told him I'm coming. Could you just find out when he has his lunch?" David cocked his head to the side, and Gray knew what he was thinking. Why couldn't Gray just call his son and ask him to come outside for lunch? "I know he's really busy on a project right now," Gray said, hoping that would explain enough. "He doesn't always have his phone. The lab supervisor is Helena Dunfield." David put down his key card and picked up the phone. He dialed and spoke, and then pulled the receiver down from his chin.
"She's checking right now. She thinks he and some others went into the diffractor room a while ago."
Gray nodded, glad his reason for not simply calling his son had panned out. Hunter hadn't been out to the farm much in the past month, and after he'd started therapy, Gray had learned how to tell when his son was pulling away. He was definitely doing it right now, and Gray needed to tug him back into the center of the family. Hunter had no idea how central he was to the entire Hammond family, and after he'd spoken to Wes and Ames last night, Gray had planned the surprise luncheon today. He feared Hunt was going to make decisions that would move him further from where he wanted to be, not closer. He was a brilliant man, with more intellect than Gray had ever seen. He had a dozen natural talents, and the things he didn't excel at, he worked hard to learn and master. He'd been blissfully happy with Molly this summer, and about the time he decided to take the CEO job here, he'd started going quiet. Gray had asked him last night via text how things with Molly were going, and Hunter hadn't answered. Silence and Hunter were never good, though they did like to play together.
"Okay," David said. "I'll let him know. Thank you, Helena."
Gray blinked and focused back on the receptionist. David gave him a smile.
"Hunter is actually not in the lab today. He's on the 24th floor."
David's eyebrows went up.
"Would you like me to call the elevator?"
A war started inside Gray. He wasn't sure if he should go up to Laura's office or not. He'd had an office up on the 24th floor too, and he'd never once wanted to return to it. Something told him to go up, because he'd get to see his son in the CEO role. Maybe then the churning in Gray's gut would quiet. "Sure," Gray said, pushing away from the desk. He followed David to the closest elevator and smiled his way inside the car that only went to the 24th floor. For Hunt to get there, he'd have to ride from 6 down to the lobby, then in this very elevator, up to 24. He arrived quickly, and when he stepped off, a woman stood who'd aged very well. "Myra," Gray said, "I can't believe you're still here." He laughed as she embraced him. "Have you seen Wes lately?"
"We went to dinner with his kids last time he was here."
Myra stepped back, her smile genuine.
"Only a couple of months ago."
"Of course." Gray still knew how to speak professionally, though he'd been feeding animals and raising children for the past 13 years. "I heard my son was up here." He's in with Laura, Myra said. I sent her a text as she's asked for no phone calls. Gray looked down the hall, wondering what they could be talking about that required no interruptions. You didn't need to do that. Surely they'll break for lunch. It was almost noon now. I can just wait. Laura keeps an odd schedule, Myra said with a smile. Gray understood that code. His cousin probably ate breakfast at 10 and lunch at 2 or 3. Noon was not a milestone for her. Myra's phone chimed with a series of bells, and she leaped toward it. Oh, that's her. She picked up the phone and said, They're on their way out now. You can go back if you'd like. Gray gave her another smile and took the first step down the hall. He knew where the CEO's office was. He spent hours in there with Wes, the two of them laboring, discussing, problem-solving, and just talking as they worked here together. Gray had loved working with his brother. He loved going to Coral Canyon in the summers and spending time with all of his brothers, as they'd all relocated up there. He wanted to move to Wyoming permanently too, and Elise did too. His parents were still here, though, and he still owned the farm. At the same time, Gray knew his days in Ivory Peaks were numbered. Hunter was back, and his parents were older. Gray barely worked on the farm anymore, especially now that Hunt had kept Matt on full-time after their return from Coral Canyon. Gray, Laura said, coming out of her office first. How good to see you. She wore a crisp skirt suit in dark red, making her sandy blonde hair even brighter. I hope we didn't keep you waiting. Not at all, Gray said. Had I known Hunt was up here, I'd have brought lunch for you too. He would have, too. He held no ill will for Laura, though she definitely caused some issues for Hunter. His son appeared in the doorway too, buttoning his suit coat before looking up at Gray. Dad, he said, clear surprise in his voice. He glanced at Laura, as if she were a high school principal and Gray had been called in to discuss his disobedience. What are you doing here? I brought lunch. Gray lifted the bag of sandwiches again. The salty sub, Hunter said, a grin exploding onto his face. They're my favorite. Use the conference room, Hunt, Laura said, and she retreated back into her office. Gray nodded toward the conference room, and Hunter went inside first. Gray closed the door behind them and passed out the sandwiches. I couldn't remember if you liked the London wheel or the salty pig better, so I got both. Hunter chuckled and started to unwrap both sandwiches. I love them both. I'll eat half of each for lunch and finish the rest for dinner. He grinned at Gray and took a big bite of the sandwich with roast beef on it. Gray's heart took courage, because Hunter seemed happy today. How are you? He asked, unwrapping his sandwich a little slower. He nudged a small bag of salt and vinegar chips toward his son. Hunter nodded in an exaggerated way and finished chewing. Good, he said. I'm up here every Thursday now. Gray took a bite of his sandwich, getting the honey-roasted turkey beneath all the veggies he'd requested. He thought about what to say while he chewed and swallowed. So, full steam ahead on the job then? Hunter nodded, his mood shifting right before Gray's eyes. Only 3 months until I make the move permanently. I'm signing the paperwork next week, and it'll be public by Halloween. Gray's chest pinched, and he couldn't say anything now. His son was a grown adult. At 25 years old, Hunter could do whatever he wanted. He kept his eyes on his wrapper as he ate, his heart and mind combining to send up a plea to the Lord to help his son. He'd said hundreds of such prayers over the years, and Gray saw no reason to stop now just because Hunter was an adult. "Dad," Hunter said, "what did you come here to say?" Gray looked up, realizing how quiet he'd become. "Nothing. Just wanted to see you." "That's just not true," Hunter said quietly. He wadded up his wrapper and put it back in the bag. He met his dad's eyes. "You wouldn't have made the trip to ask me one question and to eat a sandwich." "Sure I would." Gray studied his son. He was so confident and so wonderful. "I feel like you've retreated from the family," he said, and Hunter started nodding. "I've been really busy here," he said, "trying to keep up with the work in the lab, taking stuff home from Laura." He hadn't mentioned Molly, and Gray hesitated to bring her up. "I don't expect you to come out to the farm all the time," he said. "I don't know, Hunt. I just feel like you're pulling away, and I want you to know you can always come to me or Elise. We're here for you, and we love you." "I know that, Dad." "Good." He finished his sandwich, deciding as he did to learn everything he'd come here to learn. "Tell me the truth. You took this job because you wanted to." Hunter wiped his mouth with his napkin. "Yes," he said. "It's actually been fun learning from Laura. I can do this, Dad." "Of course you can, Hunt. It's not a question of whether you can or not. It's whether you should or not. You sound just like Molly. So you're still seeing her?" Hunter shrugged. "We text and go to dinner every Friday. Does that count?" "I don't know," Gray said. "Does it?" Hunter rolled his eyes, his attitude salty today. Gray had put up with this when Hunt was a teenager, but he'd grown out of it quickly, and since then, they'd always enjoyed a great, mutually respectful relationship. "She's working a lot," Hunter said. "I'm working a lot. We don't have the luxury of not having jobs, Dad." "You don't need a job," Gray pointed out. "You're choosing to work here." Hunter opened his mouth as if he'd argue, but he promptly closed it again. Gray sighed, hating that after all these years, he still had no idea how to parent his son. "Listen, I know you don't want to hear it, but as your father, I need to say it." "Go ahead," Hunter said, folding his arms. "I'm worried about you. I love you so much, and I know you so well. I fear this is not the right place for you." "Where would you place me?" "The same place Uncle Wes would, and Uncle Ames. I spoke to both of them last night, and they were both quite surprised to hear you'd accepted the CEO job. I was surprised you hadn't told Wes at the very least." Hunter dropped his chin to his chest, clearly embarrassed. "I didn't know how." "Because you knew what he'd say." "Maybe." Gray gave himself a few seconds to think and order his words properly. "Hunter, you have been blessed with a brilliant mind. I know you don't want to come straight to the farm, and I respect that. I know you'll end up there soon enough, and it'll be yours the moment you say you want it. I appreciate that, Dad. I know you love your science and your computers, and I fully support you working in Lab 6 for as long as you feel like it's the right fit for you. I know it's important to you to help others, and the work in the lab feeds that." Gray took a breath, almost done. "I've been wondering how you're going to balance your job here with the equine therapy at the farm, with your relationship with Molly. And that was just when you were working in the lab. It feels like a lot to me, and eventually, something falls apart. Matt and Gloria are doing the majority of the equine therapy program, he said. Molly, too. Gray nodded. And you think seeing her once a week is where you want your relationship to be with her? I don't know. Do you think that's where she wants it? I don't know what she thinks. He didn't know, because he hadn't asked her. Gray wished he could shake his son and get him to wake up. Hunter, you've loved that woman since you were 15 years old. Stop and think about what you're doing. How many chances do you think you'll get? Anger entered his son's eyes, but Gray knew how to deal with an angry Hunter. It was the I don't know Hunter he hated, or the one who said nothing. Dad, I really don't have time for a lecture. Okay. Gray stood up and gathered up his garbage. He took it to the trash can while Hunter rewrapped the sandwich halves he hadn't eaten. Amidst the movement and cleaning up, neither of them spoke. Gray reached for the door handle and stepped out into the hall. He wasn't sure what he'd hoped would happen here today, but he felt like he'd failed. I'll ride down with you, Hunter said, and the two of them walked down the hall together. So good to see you, Myra, Gray said, employing his professional lawyer voice. Have a great afternoon, Gray. He and Hunter got on the elevator, and the tension between them increased inside the enclosed area. What does Elise think? Hunter asked. Your mother wants nothing but for you to be happy, Gray said. She doesn't think being CEO will do that. Hunter sighed. No one does. What none of you get is that I don't either. I'm not doing this to achieve some level of happiness I don't have yet. I'm doing it because I was asked to do it. And if I don't, there is no one else. Gray just looked at his son, who glared back. I'm young, Hunter said. I can do this for a couple of years, and then I can go back to the lab, or out to the farm. Who knows? Who knows what life will bring? His voice got louder, which wasn't typical of Hunter. I have time, Dad. I don't need to get married and have a ton of kids right this second. Gray nodded his agreement. No, you don't. I just worry that if you don't hang on to Molly somehow, you'll lose her for a second time. And son, you might not get a third chance. A job is a job. Having the woman you love as your wife and the mother of your children makes your life worth living. Hunter pressed his eyes closed and drew in a breath through his nose. One more thing, Gray said as the elevator started to slow. You say you can do this for a couple of years and then move on. What I want to know is who you think will take your place in just 2 years. There's no one but you right now, and there will not be anyone else for at least another decade. At the very, very least. The car dinged, and the door slid open. Probably 2 decades, Gray said, reaching to put his hand over the door so it wouldn't slide closed. Then you'll be 45, and looking for a wife the exact same way Uncle Wes did. It worked out for him. Gray shook his head, because Hunter wasn't even listening. Thanks for eating lunch with me, son. I love you. He stepped into Hunter and hugged him quickly, then got off the elevator and walked out of the building. Buckled safely in his truck, Gray gripped the steering wheel and pressed his eyes closed. Dear God, please bless my son. Hunter has already been through a lot in his young life, and he deserves a woman at his side who can love him and support him through all of his trials. He deserves to be that man for someone else. Please, please do not let him make a choice that will prevent him or her from having that. Please. He wasn't sure if that woman was Molly Benson or not, but Gray knew the Lord did. His phone rang, and the sound came through the radio speakers. Elisa's name popped up on the screen, and Gray added one more, "Please," before tapping to answer the call. "Hey, baby."
"Gray," Elise said, "where are you? Could you stop by my office and get a folder for me? I accidentally left it there."
"Of course," Gray said. "I'm in the city, but I can stop on my way through town."
"The city?" Elise asked.
"Yeah," Gray sighed. "I came to visit with Hunt." Chapter 22. Molly waved goodbye to the last student running out the door, their oversized backpack bumping against their back. She pulled off her art apron and hung it by the door with a sigh, the week behind her now. Finally. Hunter usually called after school on Fridays, and they went to dinner together. They spent the whole evening together, and Molly had been telling herself that was enough for her for 5 weeks now. She enjoyed talking to him and catching up on their week apart. He always ordered amazing food. He held Saltine, who adored Hunter, and he'd even brought a pouch of salmon for Gypsy last week. The cat had deigned to come down from the bookcase for as long as it took for Hunter to feed her the flaked fish bit by bit. Then she'd gone right back to the top shelf and stared at him. Kissing him still made her feel loved and cherished, and the fantasy in her head hadn't changed much. Molly knew what she wanted her marriage and relationship to be, and in the quietest of moments, she knew her reality with Hunter Hammond, should she marry him, wouldn't match the fantasy at all. She skipped doing any prep for Monday, gathered her purse, shrugged into her coat, and left the elementary school. Several minutes later, she pulled into the driveway of her childhood home and called to her mother as she went through the front door. "Mama?" Mama poked her head out from the hallway. "What are you doing here, dear?" She came out and hugged Molly, thread stuck to her sweater. "I need to make some cookies for tonight, and I thought you could keep me company." Molly grinned at her mother. "What are you working on?" "Oh, Charlotte down the street has a daughter who really wants to be a purple people eater for Halloween." Mama looked down and picked the bright neon threads from her sweater. "I can spare a couple of hours." She smiled at Molly warmly. "How's school?" "We've settled in nicely," Molly said. "I have such a great class this year." She needed it, too, after last year's little devils. "I have a boy named Quinn." "Wow," Mama said. "You don't hear that too often." Molly shed her coat and draped it over the banister as she went past the steps. "He's the cutest little thing, too. Impossible to stay mad at, and he knows it." She laughed, and Mama giggled with her. "What are the cookies for?" "Hunter's uncle is in town," she said. "They're having a big dinner at the farmhouse, and I said I'd bring dessert." She opened a drawer in the kitchen and pulled out an apron. "I was going to make that Oreo mousse pie, but I don't have the energy." She gave her mom a quick smile. "There's always time and energy for chocolate chip caramel cookies, though." "Always," Mama agreed, opening the pantry and retrieving the containers of flour and sugar. She continued to gather ingredients, while Molly got down the recipe book from the small cupboard above the microwave. "How is Kara doing?" Molly asked at the same time Mama asked, "How's Hunter?" Molly focused on unwrapping the butter squares and putting them in a microwave-safe bowl. "Kara's doing great," Mama said, filling the gap. "She doesn't like her humanities class, but I think we all saw that coming." "I did," Molly said. "She just has to get through those general ed classes and she'll be fine." Mama nodded and set a pot on the stove. "I'll do the caramel." "Thanks, Mama." Molly put the butter in the microwave and set it for 10 seconds. She didn't want it to be completely melted. She loved working in the kitchen with her mother, and strong memories flowed through her mind as she turned back to the recipe book to see how much sugar she needed. "Ingrid's design professor asked her to teach a class next semester." Mama sounded so proud, and Molly knew why. Ingrid was a whiz when it came to fashion, and being asked to teach on a college level was a huge accomplishment. "Wow," Molly said. "That's so great. She didn't tell me." "She called this morning," Mama said. "I think she's planning to come home for Sunday dinner. You'll be there then, right?" Before school had started, she and Hunter had spent the Sabbath at the farm, but for the past few weeks, Molly had been attending her family dinners on Sundays, the way she'd done before he'd returned to town. "Yes," Molly said, measuring out the brown sugar. "You can bring Hunter," Mama said. "He goes out to the farm on Sundays," Molly said. "Why don't you go with him anymore?" Molly twisted the tie on the brown sugar bag a little too hard. "He doesn't invite me? I don't know, Mama. We see each other on Fridays. That's the evening he's slotted me in." To Mama's credit, she didn't respond right away. She poured a healthy amount of sugar into her pot and lit the flame beneath it. "Slotted you in?" she finally asked. "Hunter Hammond is a very busy man," Molly said. "He's very good at compartmentalizing, and I get Friday night." He worked a lot, and she knew he spent the day in Laura's office on Thursdays. He ran errands and cleaned his house on Saturdays. Sundays were for family. He called his best friend in Cambridge on Mondays, and he saw Lucy, his therapist, every Tuesday. Misery mixed within her as the butter and sugar creamed together, and Molly did her best to lace her tears behind a stoic mask. Mama didn't say anything while the mixer ran, but the moment it stopped, she asked, "What's going to happen with you two?" "I'm going to break up with him," Molly said, shocked as the words came out of her mouth. She couldn't hold the tide of tears back then, and she focused on scraping down the sides of the bowl so she could add the eggs and vanilla. "Molly," her mother touched her shoulder, and Molly turned into her mother. She clutched her tightly while she cried. Thankfully, the tears dried up quickly, and she stepped back and reached for a paper towel. Her makeup would be a mess, and she hated the overhot feeling she got in her nasal passages and the back of her throat when she cried. "It's fine," she said. "I just didn't realize that's what I was going to do until I said it." "No?" Mama asked. "Why are you going to break up with him?" "It's complicated," Molly said. "But honestly, Mama, I can't go along with someone who makes decisions that I know are going to make me terribly unhappy. I can compromise, I can discuss, I can accept a solution that's not exactly what I want, but I'm not going to bend and bend and bend until I break. Not again." She shook her head. "I've been thinking about it a lot and praying about it a lot, and I know that's the right decision for me." She glanced at her mother, who stirred the melting sugar on the stovetop without looking at it. She had her eyes fixed on Molly.
I just keep coming back to, what was the point of my first marriage if I don't learn from it? Why did I have to go through that? To distrust myself and my every move?
She shook her head and cracked an egg into her creamed butter and sugar.
No, I learned from that experience that it's okay to compromise and sacrifice for the person you love.
Her voice cracked, and she took a moment to put in another egg and measure her vanilla before continuing.
But I can't go into this marriage knowing that all I'm going to get from him is Friday night. It's too far to bend. I'm already unhappy now, and men usually act their best before the marriage.
Boy, did she know that all too well also.
Maybe it'll be different once you're married, Mama said. If you knew how many times I told myself that while I was dating Tyrone.
Molly shook her head.
No, it won't. It actually gets worse, not better. Marriage is hard.
I'm aware, Mama said, and Molly smiled as she paused the mixer again. She continued putting the cookie dough together, and her mother pushed the pot of salted caramel off the burner about the time she started scooping balls onto a sheet. With those in the oven, Molly opened the fridge and took out a package of cheese.
I'm pretty sure I've gained 10 pounds since school started.
She opened the cheese and peeled off the top slice.
I can't stay away from this stuff.
Cheese was her weakness, and she loved the spiciness of pepper jack straight up. Mama smiled at her and cupped her face in one palm.
I'm very sorry about Hunter. I know how much you like him.
Molly's tears sprang to her eyes again. She didn't just like Hunter. She'd fallen in love with him all over again. She loved herself too, though, and she knew she simply deserved better than a man who could only fit her in for a few hours once a week. Later that day, Saltine barked when Hunter rang the doorbell. Gypsy streaked out of the kitchen, and Molly picked up the tray of cookies and headed for the front door. She was dressed and ready, and after she opened the door, she said,
"Hey, Hunt,"
and stepped onto the front porch with him. "Let me," he said, taking the tray. "Are these those salted caramel chocolate chip cookies?" He looked at her with wide eyes full of hope, and she was reminded of the boy inside the man. She smiled. "Yeah, I love these." He started to peel back the plastic wrap. "Can I have one right now? I'm starving."
"You can have them all," she said. "You'll just have to be the one to explain why we didn't bring a dessert to your family potluck."
"Just one," he said, taking 2 cookies off the tray. A grin filled his whole face, and Molly couldn't remember the last time he'd looked so carefree. "Okay, 2," he chuckled on the way to his truck, and he opened her door the way he always did. Molly second-guessed her decision to end things with him that evening. He was always such a gentleman with her, and he was twice as handsome in his blue jeans, black leather jacket, with the yellow collar of his shirt peeking through, and his dark cowboy hat than he was in his suit and ties. The conversation on the way to the farm was easy, and Molly talked about the art project she'd done that week, and what she was going to be for Halloween. Hunter told her about the visit from the head lab technician of a data analysis company in Texas that had come to Lab 6, and by the time they pulled up to the farm, they were caught up on each other's lives. She hated the conversation, because it wasn't anything personal. It was a play-by-play of what had happened. Nothing about how she felt about her week, and nothing about what he was worried about at work. She put a smile on her face as she mounted the steps at Hunter's side, because she didn't need to cause a scene at his family party. When he opened the door, light and sound spilled onto the porch, nearly knocking Molly backward. Hunter likewise paused. "Oh, boy," he muttered. "Do we really want to do this?" He looked at her. "I quite enjoy our quiet Friday nights." With him looking at her like that, Molly would never break up with him. It was clear she was important to him. Not important enough, she told herself. The feeling of selfishness came with the thought, and she'd been dealing with that every time it came, too. She didn't feel like standing up for herself, and what she wanted from a man and a marriage was selfish, though. She'd rather do that and be labeled selfish than regret yet another round of nuptials. There'd be no coming back from that. "Hunter's here!" someone said from within the house, and squeals of delight filled the air. "Too late now," Molly said, but Hunter didn't hear her because of the small cousins running toward him. "You better take this," he said, handing her the tray of cookies only moments before he scooped no less than 3 children into his arms. Molly smiled at everyone who came to greet Hunter, falling to the side as usual. She didn't normally mind existing in Hunter's shadow, but tonight she did. Tonight, it represented what the rest of her life would be like if she stayed with Hunter. Tonight, it served as a stark reminder of why she needed to break things off with him, so they could both start to heal and move forward. "Molly," Gray said, taking her by the elbow and guiding her past the fray of cousins still mobbing Hunter. "Thanks for coming." He looked at her with something knowing in those dark eyes. He took her into the back of the farmhouse, where 2 of his brothers stood around the long island with their wives. Elise, of course, scurried around the kitchen, setting dishes out, and putting serving utensils next to bowls and pans. "Molly brought cookies," Gray announced, and Colton and Wes turned toward her. They walked over to her at the same time, and she hugged them simultaneously. More tears pressed against the back of her eyes, and she held on to the strong shoulders of Hunter's uncles to try to contain them. Colton released her first, and she had to step back. Neither Wes nor Colton backed up, though. They studied her, and Molly couldn't hide her emotions fast enough. "He's the biggest idiot," Colton said. "Honestly, Wes, he's going to lose her." "Soon, by the looks of it," Wes said. "Leave her alone," Bree, Wes's wife, said, muscling through the 2 cowboys. "Come here, Molly." She put her arm around Molly's shoulders and guided her over to the table. "Dinner's almost ready, and you can sit right by me and Annie." "Thanks," Molly said, taking her seat. She watched Gray, Colton, and Wes huddle up, and she really didn't like it. "Hello," Chris called from the back door, and another round of noise reared up. They'd come to see Hunter's grandmother, who wasn't doing very well lately. Hunter had told Molly a couple of weeks ago that his grandmother had walking pneumonia, and she wasn't getting any better, no matter what the doctors did for her. His dad had called all of his brothers, and they'd arranged trips from Wyoming to come see their mother, just in case. Molly didn't want to think about Beverly Hammond dying, and she was sure Hunter didn't either. If she died, Hunter would be devastated, as he loved his grandparents so much. They'd helped to raise him, and he'd lived with them for many years, right here in this farmhouse. Molly waited until most of the family had welcomed Chris and Bev, and then she took her turn. "Hello, you 2, she said, hugging Bev first. "You look so pretty." She smiled at her, looking right into her dark eyes.
"Hello, Chris?"
"Hello, my dear." He hugged her too, and it was very easy after that to get lost among the Hammonds. With Wes's children, Colton and Annie, and Hunter's grandparents, there were 16 people all told, including Molly. Dinner began with a prayer, as usual for the Hammond household. The buffet took up the whole island, and Molly moved through the line behind Bree. She stuck close to the older woman, grateful for her presence at her side. Elise put her bottle of lemonade at the spot next to Molly, who looked up at her with questions in her eyes.
"Hunter can sit with his uncles,"
she said, her eagle eyes on the man in question. He was still in line with Wes in front of him and Colton behind, and Molly sensed an intervention coming. She really didn't want that.
Coming here was a mistake,
she thought, if only because she didn't have great control of her emotions right now. Nothing happened during dinner, and everyone exclaimed over the cookies once Elise put them out. Finally, Hunter stood and reached for Molly. "We're gonna head out," he said. "I don't get to see her very often, and you guys have taken my whole night." He grinned around at everyone, and a flurry of hugging and goodbying started. Molly appreciated the quiet in a whole new way once she sat in Hunter's truck. He didn't say anything either, and it wasn't until he pulled into her driveway that she realized she was out of time.
"That was fun,"
she said. He chuckled. "You're a good sport." Molly smiled, but the gesture started to wobble on her face.
"Hunter,"
she said, and it had the right amount of emotion in it to get him to look at her with alarm. She shook her head as a fresh round of tears arrived.
"I'm so sorry,"
she said, her voice pinched and a tad squeaky.
"I think you're the most amazing person I've ever met. But you're on a path I can't go down."
"What are you talking about?" He knew what she was talking about. They'd talked it to death already.
"I'm not very happy with where we are right now,"
she said.
"I don't see it changing for the better, and I'd like to be done."
"Done?" he repeated.
"I'm so sorry,"
she whispered.
"Thank you for a fun night and great summer."
She needed to get out of this truck.
"Goodbye."
She yanked at the door handle and practically leaped to the ground. She hurried up the sidewalk and through the front door, which she had miraculously not locked. If she had, she'd have stood on the porch with shaking hands, trying to get the key into the slim slot for the lock. As it was, the door was closed behind her, and she fumbled to twist the lock before she'd even realized what she'd done. Her mind may have been slow catching up to her heart, but only a moment later, they both knew what she'd done. She burst into tears at the same time her heart seemed to shatter, and she hurried away from the door so Hunter wouldn't be able to hear her in the off chance that he'd followed her. Gypsy yowled, and Molly fed her through blurry, watery vision. She bypassed anything from the fridge tonight, and instead gathered her fluffy, soft saltine into her arms and retreated to bed with the pup, where she cried until she fell asleep from pure exhaustion. Chapter 23.
"You're on a path I can't go down."
Hunter couldn't get Molly's words or her tear-stained face out of his mind. Saturday evening, he put on basketball shorts and running shoes and went downstairs to the gym in his building. He ran and ran and ran. On his way back upstairs, he suddenly understood why his father liked running. All Hunter could focus on was breathing, the pain in his calves, the hitch behind his lungs. Or maybe that was because the most physical activity he normally performed was horseback riding. Sunday, he laid in bed and stared up at the ceiling, his alarm singing beside him. He didn't want to go to church, because then he'd see Molly. They'd been sitting together for months. What would people think when they didn't? What would her mother say to him? What would Pastor Benson think of him? What would his father say? Hunter had managed to avoid the Hammond clan yesterday, but Uncle Colton and Uncle Wes were still in town. Not only that, but they'd both been texting him nearly nonstop, something he normally enjoyed. He loved his uncles, and he'd gone to them when he had problems in the past. This felt like something he couldn't tell anyone about. At dinner on Friday night, Uncle Colton had even said he should get a ring on Molly's finger as soon as possible. Hunter hadn't even been thinking about diamond rings, not yet. His mind went round and round what isotope they could try in the lab, and the new budget proposal meeting Laura had scheduled for Thursday morning specifically so Hunter could attend. His phone stopped playing the chime for him to get up, but it rang in the next moment. He rolled to pick up the device and saw Elisa's name sitting there. He considered letting it go to voicemail. He could claim to be in the shower. "Can't lie to the woman you consider a mother," he muttered, giving a tug to the power cord so it would come out. He tapped the green phone icon to connect the call. "Hey," he said. "Hunter," she said pleasantly. He laid back onto the pillow, deciding bed was a great place to spend the day. "What's going on?" "You'll be at church, right?" He contemplated giving a fake cough. He couldn't do it. "Yeah," he sighed. "I'll be there. Why?" "I know you don't get the emails, and Thea just sent out a plea for singers, especially men, in today's choir number." "I can't."
"If you do it, your father will," Elise said. "And Wes and Colton."
She practically bit out the last syllable, and Hunter had the feeling all three men were standing right beside her, hanging on Hunter's decision. A smile spread across his face. Of the four of them, he was the best singer, and it wouldn't be hard for him to stand up there and sing. Then he thought of having to look at Molly during the song. If he showed up late and sat in the back, he wouldn't have to see her. He could duck out during the closing song and be out of the parking lot before she even stood up. But if he went up front to sing, he'd have to look right at her to do it. "I don't know, Elise," he mumbled.
"Seriously, Hunter," she said,
her voice hushed now.
"What will it take to get you to do it?"
A crazy thought entered his mind, and it would potentially blow something open that might not have been cracked yet. "You can keep everyone off my back about Molly Benson," he said. "Dad, Uncle Wes, Uncle Colton, all the uncles. I don't want texts about her, and I don't want to answer questions. And if there's even so much as a single breath that sounds like her name." He let the threat hang there, because what could he honestly do? "You make sure no one says a single thing about her today, and I'll sing the number." Elise didn't respond right away. When she did, she asked,
"Did something happen?"
"Yes," Hunter said. "She broke up with me on Friday night, and honestly, I wasn't going to go to church today. I was thinking I'd just lay in bed all day and do about 15 crossword puzzles and never leave the condo again." He sighed miserably. "You want me to stand up in front of her and sing? I'll have to look her right in the eye. So I'm not doing it unless you can get everyone off my back. Not a single word."
"Oh, Hunter," she said, "I'm so sorry." She didn't commit to keeping everyone away or stopping the texting. "Your father and uncles love you, that's all." "I know that," he said, pressing his eyes closed and wishing he could go back to sleep. When he slept, he didn't have to think. His heart didn't flop strangely in his chest. His thoughts didn't torture him. "I'll call you back," she said, and just like that, she hung up. Hunter groaned as he rolled into a seated position on the edge of his bed. Every muscle in his body hurt. Why did I think running for an hour was a good idea? He stood, but his back protested violently, and he fell back to the bed. He finally managed to get in the shower, where the hot water helped loosen up some of his angry muscles. He shaved and brushed his teeth, swooped his hair up on the right, and dressed in his suit and tie. Standing in front of the mirror in his bathroom, he barely recognized himself. He hadn't worn suits to school at MIT, and while he did wear a tie to work, he didn't have to pair it with a jacket. "You will as CEO," he said to his reflection, his eyes finally finding themselves in the glass. That was the real change in him, and Hunter could only stare at the man he'd become. Miserable. He turned away from himself because he'd been over it, and there was no other way. He had to accept the CEO job. There was no one else, and he didn't want someone else to fill the seat. "It should stay in the family," he said aloud as he sat on the corner of the bed to pull on his shoes. He'd been going out to the farm on Sundays after church, and he grabbed the backpack he took and checked to make sure the extra set of clothes inside was clean. Set and ready, he went into the kitchen and pulled out a loaf of bread. While it toasted, he checked his work email. Laura had sent 3 messages, and he responded to them. He barely remembered buttering his toast, and he ate it almost as mindlessly. Only when his phone rang did he realize he'd been working on a Sunday morning. This time, the screen said Dad, and Hunter looked up. If he didn't answer, his father would know why. If he did, he might have to talk about Molly. He connected the call and put it on speaker. "Hey." He shoved another bite of toast in his mouth. "Elise can't get your uncles to commit to leaving you alone about Molly," Dad said. "You might want to cut out the back." Hunter sighed. "How am I supposed to do that, Dad? Am I not coming to the farm today?" He suddenly wanted to be at the farm. It had been the one place he'd always belonged, no matter what. When his mother had left him, Dad had taken him to the farm. His grandparents had kept him for a few days while Dad figured everything out. Whenever he got home from visiting Sheila in Florida, it was the simple act of feeding the goats that reminded him of who he was. He was Gray Hammond's son, not Sheila Hoops's. It was Grandma who made sure he had the lemonade he loved, and Grandpa who taught him how to set a fence post and how to saddle a horse. Dad had been talking, but Hunter hadn't heard him. He clued in on, "Here, I'm just saying they won't talk to you about her. If you don't want that, you'll need to figure something out." "I will," Hunter said. "Thanks for warning me." "I love you so much, son," he said. "I'm sincerely sorry she broke up with you. I know how much you liked her." "Yeah," Hunter said, because this felt like a conversation they'd had a decade earlier. "Thanks, Dad." He ended the call before his father could hear the emotion in his voice.
Hunter looked down at his toast and laid his head in his arms. "What am I supposed to do now?" he asked the Lord, not really believing he'd get an answer. After all, he'd chosen the path he currently trod. He knew what he was supposed to do now. Get up and go to work every day. Run the family company. Be a Hammond. With Halloween almost upon him, Hunter centered the knot on his tie and reached for his jacket. He never went to work without the full package anymore, because Laura could call him up to the 24th floor at any moment. His team was frustrated with him, and Hunter couldn't fault them. He'd be upset if the guy who supposedly knew everything and was needed to run the experiments kept disappearing for days at a time. He went down to the lobby, down the block, and up to the 6th floor. He pressed his palms against the front of his jacket as he entered Helena's office. "Good morning," he said crisply. "Hunter," she smiled and stood to shake his hand. "I hate to see you leave." He could only nod as he sat down in the chair opposite her desk. "HR says I can't keep doing both. Once the announcement is made, it'll be like a transfer." She nodded, her curls bouncing with the movement. She reminded Hunter of a younger version of his grandmother. Dark, curly hair, pretty raven eyes, and a quick smile. "I got the email," she said, plucking a folder from her desk. She extended it toward him. "This is your transfer paperwork, just so everything is in line." He took the folder but didn't open it. "Thank you." "I really am going to miss you. Please do come down and see us anytime, and I might send some data up to you when no one down here can decipher it." She smiled, but Hunter knew she wasn't kidding. "I'd love that," he said, standing. "I really am sorry. I didn't know all of this was going to happen." "I know you didn't," she said, standing with him. "We'll just enjoy you while we can." He nodded once and left her office. He shed his suit coat in favor of his lab coat and settled in front of his station. He tucked the folder under his keyboard and got to work. Work was about the only thing Hunter could do these days to keep him from sinking into a deep depression, or fighting the urge to smash his fist through the nearest object. He oscillated between hopelessness and anger so fast, sometimes even he got dizzy. "Hunter!" someone said, and he glanced up from his screen. Joel stood there, and he carried a personal-sized cake in his hand. Hunter leaned back in his chair. "What's going on? It's not my birthday." He grinned at his friend. Larry came over and he had a candle he pushed down into the cake. "You've been here 5 months," he said. "We have this big 5-month celebration in Lab 6. Didn't you know?" "We do?" Hunter asked with plenty of disbelief in his voice. About as much to match the sarcasm in Larry's. Cassie put a stack of paper plates on Hunter's desk. "Yes," she said. "Here in Lab 6, we celebrate someone's 5-month anniversary." She grinned at him and nudged his chair. "Now, get up. We want to sing to you." Hunter chuckled as he did what she said. Somehow, they all knew he wouldn't be here for even 6 months. And even as he smiled at everyone in the lab who'd stood and faced him, a deep sense of sadness filled him. To think he'd been nervous about starting here, scared people would think he didn't belong, and terrified he wouldn't know what to do. Cassie got up on a chair with Larry's help, and she raised her arm like she was about to lead the world's best choir. The team started a rousing song about 5 months in a job to the tune of "Row Your Boat," and Hunter laughed through the whole thing. Joel lit the candle and said, Hurry up, or the smoke detectors will go off. Larry, you ready? Ready. He held a big, blue plastic bowl in his hands and carried a smile on his face. Hunter stepped forward and blew out the single flame, and Larry quickly capped the cake with a plastic bowl. Hunter shook his head, because the smoke would get out sooner or later, but he supposed Larry and Joel knew what they were doing. There was just the one cake, and everyone else went back to their tasks. Cassie, Larry, and Joel pulled up chairs, while Hunter cut the cake into quarters. Once they each had a chunk, he grinned around at them. "Thank you," he said. "How did you guys find out?" "You've been wearing a suit and going to the 24th floor for a month," Cassie said. "Call us crime scene investigators." She looked at Larry, and the two of them laughed. "You're a Hammond," Joel said. "The smartest one I've known, and you're the only one your age. I told Helena the day you started you wouldn't be in the lab for longer than a year." Hunter forked off a bite of cake, but didn't put it in his mouth. "You did?" "Absolutely," Joel said. "Your mind is like a computer, Hunt. You can handle a dozen tasks at the same time. You're a natural fit for CEO." Hunter ate the cake, the rich chocolate making his taste buds rejoice. "No one in my family is happy I'm taking the job." "Why not?" Larry asked. "My girlfriend broke up with me because of it." "Hunter," Cassie said sharply, "why didn't you come to me? I would have told you what to do." "What do I do?" he asked, not meeting her eye. Instead, he took another bite of cake. "You march up to her front door with the biggest bunch of flowers you can find, her favorite kind." She pointed around at the three men gathered at Hunter's desk. "It's not always red roses, by the way. Do some homework, you guys." "Hey, my wife likes red roses," Joel said. "I'm just saying," Cassie said. "You ring the doorbell and you tell her you can't be the CEO unless she's beside you. Beside, Hunter. Not behind, right at your side. That you need her to do this, and without her, you'll surely fail." He listened to her and even nodded, but he wouldn't do what she'd advised. Molly didn't want to be at his side while he worked 100 hours a week. She wanted him at her side in their home. She wanted him at her side when she brought home their baby, and when she got home from work. If he worked 3 times as much as a normal person, he really didn't have time for a wife or family. He could remember the hours his father kept, and Hunter had spent more time in this high-rise building in downtown Denver than he cared to admit. Dad had worked early mornings and late nights. He worked weekends and holidays. He'd brought Hunter when he couldn't take him to the farm or a friend's house. And Hunter once again envied his half-siblings, who'd gotten a completely different version of their father. Everything became ultra-clear in that moment. Molly was absolutely right. Dad was too. He really couldn't have everything, and it was time to stop hoping and praying and believing he could. "Hunter?" Helena came running into the office area. "Your father is on the phone. He's been trying to call you." He stood up at the panic on his boss's face. "What is it?" He opened his top drawer and pulled out his phone, which he kept on silent. Dad had called 6 times. Hunter didn't need to dial him back to know. A text flashed on the screen confirming the terror gathering into a tight knot in Hunter's stomach. Dad. 911. Hunter, call me. It's Grandma. Chapter 24. Wesley Hammond kissed his wife, wishing he'd had more years with her. So many more years. Bree completed him in a way he didn't understand and hadn't been able to predict, and he couldn't imagine life without her. His dad now had to live without his version of Bree, and Wes had no idea how he was going to do it. The task of making it through even one day felt too hard for him, and his eyes burned. "Come on, baby," Bree whispered. "We have to get ready to go out." Wes didn't want to. He didn't want to leave his mother. He didn't want his children to grow up without their grandmother. He didn't want to have to watch his father try to be brave during the next few hours. He turned away from Bree and faced his dad. He already had the mask cemented in place, and Wes's heart wept for him. He gripped Bree's hand and went around the casket to stand next to his father. "Hey, Dad." Dad put his hand on Wes's arm and squeezed. "Will you say the family prayer, Wesley?" "Of course," Wes said, though he didn't know how he was going to do that. Dad should have asked Ames, as the man never cried. Even now, standing in the room with the family and their deceased mother, he looked as rock-solid as always. His eyes shone with danger, and he didn't miss a single move anyone made. Ames would definitely be able to get through a prayer without crying. Wes would not. Gray and Hunter approached, and Gray would tap his watch and lift his eyebrows. Ever the taskmaster, Gray kept the family on track in all matters. He organized holiday events and sent birthday cards to every single niece or nephew without fail. Wes's children adored their Uncle Gray, because he never forgot about them. Hunter was a massive plus in Gray's column too, as well as Elise. She always had candy or cookies for Wes's kids, and she loved them as much as she loved her own. "Are we going to do the prayer soon?" Gray asked. "I just asked Wesley." Gray and Wes exchanged a look, and Gray turned around. "Everyone gather around, please. Wes is going to say the family prayer, and we'll need to follow the casket into the chapel." The family circle tightened, and Wes reached for Hunter's hand. The boy meant so much to Wes, and he hated seeing the tears in his nephew's eyes. Worse was watching them stream down his face. Elise came to Hunter's side and pressed into him, and that seemed to help him quiet his sobs. It certainly didn't help Wes, whose chest now heaved, and he hadn't even started yet. He closed his eyes so he wouldn't have to see anyone else's reaction, and he bowed his head. There were no jokes today, no funny cowboy hats, no hugs with loud clapping on the back. "Dear Lord," Wes started, and he couldn't quite continue. He swallowed and breathed and reached for Bree's hand. With her fingers between his, he could go on. Another breath, and he said, "We thank thee for an opportunity to get together as a complete family unit. We love thee with all our hearts, and we ask thy spirit of comfort and peace to be with us in abundance today." Gray could listen to his brother pray forever. Wes possessed a power and leadership that made others flock to him, Gray included. He'd always looked up to his oldest brother, and today was no different. He had no idea how to comfort Hunter, and Elise had done her best. Wes's prayer was so beautiful that Gray actually felt his heartbeat calm, as Wes asked for the Lord's blessing on any in the family that needed that sense that all was well, that he was in charge, and he now encircled their mother in his loving arms. Gray let his own tears fall silently down his face. He told himself he was allowed to cry at his own mother's funeral. Bless Dad with an outpouring of love, and bless each of us here to remember him in his time of need. In Jesus' name, Amen. Amen, Gray said, drawing in a deep breath and wiping his eyes quickly. He held the hand of each of his little boys, with Jane stuck to Tucker's side. Elise had told the children to do exactly as she said, and she'd instructed Deacon and Tucker to hold Gray's hands, and for Jane to never stray more than 3 feet from Tucker. Elise could be commanding when she wanted to be, and Gray watched her look up at Hunter and wipe his tears and say something to him. He nodded, and she hugged him. It was odd seeing her be the strong one out of that pair, as Hunter was at least twice as big as Elise in every way. Please line up in order, Dad said. Wes, Gray, Colton, Ames, Cy.
Grandpa,
June asked, her voice so tiny and so sweet.
Can I walk by you?
June, Ames barked. Leave Grandpa alone. It's okay, Dad said, waving away Ames and his fury. He bent down and looked at little June. You can walk right beside me, darling. Will you hold my hand and make sure I go where I'm supposed to? The 4-year-old nodded, and she linked her hand into Dad's. He straightened and nodded to the funeral director. He and another man began to wheel the casket toward the door. Gray tugged on his boys' hands, and they joined Hunter and Elise in the proper order. The walk down the hall seemed to take an eternity, and he hated more than anything else he'd done in his life, walking into the chapel at the funeral home through the back door. He had to walk up the aisle to the front rows that had been reserved for the family, and everyone stared at them. Dad sat right behind the casket, and Wes's family filled in the bench on his right. Go around to the left, Gray whispered to Hunter, and he led the family to the left side of the bench, sitting right next to his grandfather. Everyone else, including Dad's siblings and their children, and their children's children, filed in behind them. It seemed to take forever for the Hammond family to fill the benches, and then Pastor Benson stood up and positioned himself behind the mic. The man had obviously been crying too, and that only made Gray's breath freeze in his chest, as if someone had taken their giant boot and stomped on his lungs. Welcome, everyone, Pastor Benson said smoothly. What a beautiful, solemn occasion. I can feel the intense love this family has for Beverly Hammond. He looked down and shuffled his notes. We'll start our program today with a life sketch by Colton Hammond, son of Beverly and Christopher Hammond. After Colton, we'll have a musical number by Ava and Ella Hammond, 2 of Beverly's granddaughters. He looked up and out into the crowd. We'll go to that point. He sat back down, and behind Gray, Colton stood up and made his way up onto the dais to speak into the mic. One look at his younger brother's face, and Gray was beyond relieved his name had not been in his mother's final letter, at least not for a major part in the funeral. She'd assigned all the talks right there in her notes to her sons, and Gray's part was to feed everyone and make sure she was buried on the farm, not in the town cemetery. That had been trickier than Gray had anticipated, because there were laws about where bodies could be buried. Gray had managed to ensure his mother's wishes would be honored, and he and Elise had enough food to feed the entire town of Ivory Peaks at the church. and they'd spoken to Molly Benson about helping to get it all set up while the family was at the cemetery. Colton looked up, his dark eyes bright, and Gray thought, "Bless him, Lord." Colton Hammond had loved his mother with a love that couldn't be described. As he looked at the rows and rows of family members, he wondered if his mother could see them too. His eyes caught Annie's, and her slight nod gave him the courage to say what he needed to say. Beverly Trudy Clark Hammond was born right here in Colorado, he said, his voice steady and clear. As a little girl, she loved to watch the sunrise, and she used to get into trouble for leaving the house before dawn. He smiled, thinking he'd gotten the best job at the funeral. In fact, Mother used to get into a lot of trouble. She once brought bubble gum to school and got it stuck in her hair. When her mom came to get her, she threatened to cut her hair clean off because of it. Well, thankfully, my grandmother was good with a pair of scissors, and Mom didn't have to lose much hair. Later, though, Mom climbed onto the Ridgeway Bridge and jumped into the river below. He chuckled and shook his head. She accidentally told 2 boys she'd go to the same prom with them. She forgot to fill her radiator with antifreeze and broke down on the side of the road. He cleared his throat. The man who rescued her became her husband about 6 months later, and Bev became a Hammond on February 11th, during the biggest snowstorm the Rocky Mountains has ever seen. She and Dad couldn't leave the reception venue to go on their honeymoon. Dad decided they couldn't stay in a ballroom, and he drove them to a local hotel, nearly crashing the car a dozen different times. He grinned out at the crowd. Of course, the more Mom told that story, the more times Dad almost killed them. Everyone twittered, and Colton consulted his notes again. Mom and Dad wanted a big family, and they tried hard to get a girl. His throat closed, because he loved his brothers with every bit of his heart. Instead, they got 5 big, loud, strapping, complaining, dedicated sons. He took a moment to look every one of his brothers right in the eyes. Wes looked one breath away from collapse, and that surprised Colton. He was always the most put together, the strongest. Right now, though, it looked like Gray had taken that role. Cy hadn't looked up once, and he didn't now either. And Colton knew he'd need to make sure his brother went to counseling every week for a while. Ames held his head high, his jaw so tight. Colton thought it might break by the end of the funeral. "We put our mother through several disasters," he continued. "I think she prayed daily for our own sanity while we were teenagers. And then once we became adults, she'd beg the Lord to send us a good woman so she could be a grandmother." His throat clogged again, and he swallowed to get the lump to go away. "Gray was her favorite son, because for many, many years, he was the only one who had made Mom's deepest wish come true. He gave her Hunter, and—" Colton couldn't go on. He'd looked at Hunter, and that was a huge mistake. The man cried openly, and Colton wanted to wrap him in a tight hug and hold him until all the pain went away. He'd tried to do that for the boy when he was a child, and it felt like this was too big, too all-encompassing for anyone to ever make right. Colton reached up and wiped his eyes. "Mom and Hunter were cut from the same cloth. She loved him with everything inside her,
and he did the same for her. Everyone knows she made sure he had the lemonade he loved, and for the longest time, Hunter had a special desk where Mom kept his crossword puzzles for him. She did that for everyone important to her. If Mom found out someone loved to bake, she'd put together a recipe book for them. When Gray married Elise, she set up a sewing studio for her. When Matt told Mom he missed his kids, she put together care packages for them and mailed them to Montana. When my daughters got married, Mom sent cards and gift baskets filled with fruit and chocolate.
Colton had so much more he could say, but he felt like he needed to wrap this up. He looked down at his notes, his vision blurring with tears. He had no idea how to finish or what to say next, and panic reared within him. Ames Hammond watched his brother at the pulpit, and there was definitely something wrong. He sat on the end of the row, and without hesitating, he got to his feet and started toward Colton. He had no idea what he'd say once he got up there, and he certainly didn't want any eyes on him. It was bad enough that he had to dedicate the gravesite, but his father said it was a simple prayer. Ames knew how to pray, but his emotions had been so tangled since his mother's death that he still hadn't ordered the words properly. Colton turned toward him as he walked the last few steps. "Where were you?" he whispered, and Colton held up a whole sheaf of papers, his eyes wild. Ames put his hand on Colton's and looked him in the eye. "Deep breath," he murmured. They breathed in together, and Colton started to calm. Ames had never thought of his older brother as one who'd panic. Everything Colton did seemed flawless, and he, as the middle brother, was the glue that kept the family together. Ames suddenly knew what to say. He nudged Colton a foot or two to the side and looked at the crowd. "Mom taught Colton that he was the glue for the family. See, he's the middle brother, sandwiched right between two perfect older brothers and then two rebellious twins. She used to tell him that the good Lord sent him straight to her to help her keep the family united." He looked at Colton and smiled. "He's always done it too, and I think he's struggling a bit to figure out how to keep doing it without Mom in his corner. He used to use her as a reason why we all needed to get along. He'd say, 'Come on, you guys. Mom just wants us all to get along for one afternoon. It's Mother's Day.'" His own throat closed, but panic wasn't anywhere nearby. He faced the crowd again, his love for Colton as bright as it ever had been. "Now he'll have to figure out how to unite us without Mom. And I suppose y'all better start praying he can find a way to do it." Several people laughed quietly, and Ames smiled too. "We love our mother with our whole hearts, all of us boys. She loved and accepted us for who we were, and she did the same for our wives and children. She was an exceptional woman." He reached up and pressed one hand to his heart, glad each of his brothers automatically did the same, even Colton. With that, Ames nodded and gestured for Colton to go in front of him. He did, and the two of them left the dais so Cy's twins could perform their musical number. "Thank you," Colton said when they reached their bench. "I just froze up there." Ames could only nod as he retook his spot on the end of the bench. His 1-year-old, Jilly, climbed into his lap, her thumb in her mouth. He cuddled her, needing the love of a precious child to calm him. His pulse continued to sprint through a beautiful music number about springtime and the Savior, and Ames pressed his eyes closed and prayed he could stuff this sadness and nervousness behind the wall of anger. Anger he knew how to manage. Anger he could control. Anger he understood. If he could just stay angry enough until the funeral, burial, and family luncheon ended, then he could cry behind closed doors. His son started to whisper on the bench next to him as the pastor got up and said Wes would be the final speaker, and Ames turned his attention to them as they continued to argue. "Knock it off," he growled. Sophia reached over and took the coloring book from Lars. She indicated he should go sit on her other side, and she scooted over to separate the twins. She met Ames's eyes, and his gratitude for her doubled. She lifted her arm around Chris and patted Ames's shoulder, a gorgeous smile on her face. It wobbled, and Ames knew she'd miss his mother as much as he would. His eyes burned, and he seized onto the warmth and used it to strengthen his anger. As he turned back toward the front, everything got cemented back into its rightful place, where he could deal with it later. Cy Hammond watched his girls sing for their grandmother, and it made his heart fill with love, over and over and over. When they returned to the bench, he took them both into his arms and whispered how amazing they were. The Lord had given him and Ames a set of twins each. Ames had boys, Cy girls. Ava sat on his lap while Ella took the spot on the bench next to him. Cy was in a bad way, but his heart had been lifted by the spirit of song, and he glanced over at Patsy. She met his eye, worry in hers, and he gave her a fast smile. She bent to pick up something Wade had just thrown on the floor, and Cy reached for the 2-year-old too. He pulled the boy on his lap and pointed up to the front. "See Uncle Wes? We have to be quiet so we can hear him." Wes read a poem that was their mother's favorite, and he talked about everyday life with her. "She asked me no less than 50 times if I was seeing someone," he said, a big smile on his face. "I think she about died when I finally told her I was dating Bree. In fact, she was rendered speechless, and anyone who knows Mom knows how hard that is to do." Cy smiled, and the rest of the funeral felt more like a celebration instead of a tragedy. When Gray had called and said Mom had died, Cy hadn't been able to move. He'd stood in his office in the motorcycle shop, numb from head to toe. His secretary had found him there, and her voice had unfrozen him. Since then, it felt like every cell in his body buzzed and raced and zipped through his blood. Only now did he start to feel slightly calmer. The service ended, and once again, the family paraded after the casket. They gathered on the sidewalk outside, while the casket was loaded into the back of the hearse, and then the funeral director said, "Family should follow first, and then guests. We'll begin the graveside service in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, Cy thought. Maybe he could breathe normally for 30 minutes. His role in the funeral was to speak at the luncheon. Her letter specifically stated that it didn't need to be long, but that Mom wanted each of her sons to contribute to the events of the day. Cy still wasn't sure what to say at the luncheon, but Gray had arranged for it to happen at the church, and Cy figured the Lord would be there to guide him. Cy's girls stayed close to him, and he led them toward their truck. "Climb in, guys." He turned to help Patsy with Wade, and he lifted the child into the car seat strapped in the back. "Tommy, you ride up front like on the way here." His 5-year-old did as he said, and when Cy got behind the wheel, he started the truck and paused. He met Patsy's eyes, and then each girl's in the rearview mirror. "I love you guys," he said. "Each of you, so much. Your mother loves you, and we're glad each of you are in our family." He reached across Tommy and took Patsy's hand in his. "Love you, Daddy," Ella said, and Ava echoed it. "Love you, Dad," Tom said, and from right behind him, Wade said, "Love, Dad, Dad, Dad." Cy started to laugh, and that caused everyone else to do the same. As he turned on his lights and eased into the procession behind Colton, Cy took a moment to press his eyes closed and whisper, "Thank you, dear Lord, for this family of mine, for his small, core family of 6, and for the large extended Hammond family of at least 60, for his brothers. They were crazy, yes, loud and obnoxious too, but they were his, and he was theirs, and he loved them powerfully." Chapter 25. Molly stood on the sidewalk, her hands tucked in her pockets, as Beverly Hammond's casket got loaded into the back of the hearse. She stood close to her mother and father, not daring to get too near Hunter. He hadn't seen her, and she didn't want him to. He was already in enough distress, and she didn't need to add to it with her presence at his grandmother's funeral. Seeing him cry made her heart break right in half, and she wished she could be the one at his side, holding him up and whispering things to keep him strong. She watched Elise do that, and then they walked with Gray and the Littles, as Hunter called them, over to a minivan. "Are you going to the cemetery?" Mama asked. Molly shook her head. "No, I'll go to the church and start getting things ready." She gave her mother a quick smile, holding back the tide of tears. They weren't all for Bev, though she'd known her well enough to weep over. "I spoke to Elise, and she gave me some instructions. We'll be along in a few minutes," Mama said, turning with Daddy to talk to the Hausers, longtime members of their church. Molly hadn't seen Hunter in 3 weeks, since she'd broken up with him. If he came to church, he sat behind her and slipped out before she could stand at the conclusion of the sermon and sweep the back of the chapel. She missed him so much, and seeing him today reminded her of how much she loved him and wanted to support him. But he'd been announced as the next chief executive officer of Hammond Manufacturing Company 2 days ago, and it sure felt like he'd taken another dozen steps down a path where she couldn't follow. The suit he wore today looked like it belonged on a CEO, and Molly finally turned away from him. She drew in a deep breath of the crisp mountain air and started toward her sedan. The plain, 4-door, navy blue car epitomized everything about Molly's life. Mundane and boring, predictable, sensible. She couldn't help who she was or what made her comfortable, and she'd never felt like she had to apologize for being herself. Now, as she unlocked the car and got behind the wheel, she wondered why she'd ever thought she could be with a man like Hunter Hammond. The man was extraordinary, and while some said opposites attract, that didn't mean the couple ended up together. At the church, Molly shed her coat and hung it outside the kitchen. She tied an apron around her waist and looked at the bags and boxes of food covering every available inch of counter space. She started removing the items from the bags and lining them up. It was simple work, and it comforted her. Her mind felt less frenzied as she put bagged salads together and grouped the bottles of dressings nearby. Long, Covered aluminum trays sat on the stove, and Molly heated the 3 ovens in the kitchen to 250 degrees and slid the meat and mashed potatoes inside to keep warm. She went into the attached gymnasium, where her father and 2 deacons from their church had set up the tables and chairs earlier that day. 3 tables had been pushed end to end to make the buffet, and Molly began bringing out paper plates, plastic cutlery, a huge bowl for the salad, the bottles of dressing, and serving spoons for the hot food. She found a basket for the bread and started untwisting the ties on the bags. The back door opened, and Mama and Dad came in, talking in low voices. Molly flashed them a smile, glad when Ingrid and Kara bustled in from the cold too. Lyra hadn't made the trip from Utah, and Molly missed her. The hole she'd left in their family so large in that single moment of time. "I've got things set up out in the gym," Molly said. "Just cutting the bread now. Did you get the drinks?" Mama stepped over to one of the fridges and opened it. "Ingrid, everything in here." She opened the oven next. "Okay, good. This is warming." She looked at Kara and nodded to the other fridge across the kitchen. "There's barbecue sauce in that one, a couple of other sauces. Those go out on the tables too, please." Dad left the kitchen, and Molly glanced at his back as she sliced through another roll. Mama and Ingrid mixed punch in a huge drink dispenser, and then filled individual pitchers with it before taking them out to the tables. "Butter," Mama said on one of her trips back into the kitchen. Molly had just finished the bread and nodded to where it sat on the counter. "I'll take these out and come help." Her mother's skin carried a hint of grayness, and Molly wondered when she'd eaten last. She took the rolls out to the buffet, glancing around at the few people who'd started to arrive. She didn't want to see Hunter, but she couldn't help scanning for him anyway. None of the Hammond sons were there, and Molly ducked back into the kitchen, relief pouring through her. Mama stood at the counter, one palm pressed against it, her eyes closed. Alarm rang through Molly. "Mama?" She hurried across the kitchen to her, noticing she'd gotten down a stack of small plates, but she hadn't started unwrapping butter cubes yet. "What's wrong?" "I have a terrible headache," Mama said, opening her eyes. She smiled softly. "I'm okay. I just need to take some pills. They're in my purse. Would you? Let me get you a roll, too," Molly said, already turning away. She hurried back into the gym, snatched a roll, and returned to the kitchen. She collected the pills and poured her mother a glass of punch from the leftover liquid in the drink dispenser. "Here, eat. Take these." Her mother swallowed the pills and took a bite of the roll, still smiling. "Thank you, Molls." "Let me help you to Daddy's office," Molly said, linking her hand under her mother's arm. "I'm okay." "No," Molly said firmly. "You're gray and exhausted. You need to eat that whole roll, and you need to rest for a few minutes. Ingrid, Kara, and I can handle this." Kara came into the kitchen and looked at them. "What's going on?" "Mama needs help getting to Dad's office." Molly turned toward her. "Is everything set out there?" "Dad's helping Cy with the mic right now." Kara came toward their mother, the same alarm on her face. "Come on, Mama." "Get the hot food out," Mama said over her shoulder, and Molly nodded at her. She opened a drawer and found hot pads. She started tossing them on the counter, and when Ingrid returned from setting out the pitchers, Molly indicated them. "Put those on the buffet for me, would you? I'm going to bring out the trays." She opened the oven and pulled the first of several long trays out of the oven. With 2 filled with meat and 2 with potatoes on the table, Molly surveyed the buffet. "Butter," she murmured. the chatter and number of people in the gym swelling by the moment. She and her sisters put cubes of butter on plates, and they spread out to put them on each table. Along with the pitcher of punch and the salt and pepper shakers, the plate of butter completed the necessary items on each table. Molly had just finished putting her last plate on the front table when Hammond stepped to the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, his voice so like Hunter's it made Molly's whole chest vibrate. She kept her head down as she headed for the back of the gym. With any luck, she could escape to the kitchen and send out Ingrid or Kara when something needed to be replaced. With her heart pounding, she made it through the doorway and into the kitchen, where her breath whooshed out of her mouth. "Anything else?" Ingrid asked, looking up from her phone. "I think we're set." "What happened with Mama?" Kara asked. Molly filled them in, and they agreed to talk to Dad after the luncheon ended. As far as Molly knew, Mama's cancer was in remission, but she had to take care of herself if she expected to have the energy and health she wanted. "She just didn't eat this morning. She'd started to perk up a little when I left her," Kara said. Ingrid turned her phone toward Molly, who peered at the texts. Her eyes scanned, her brain trying to make sense of the conversation she'd come into mid-sentence. She glanced to the name at the top of the screen. "Who is Mr. Plaid Shirt?" "It's this man in my floriculture class," Ingrid said with a flirty smile. "He's the only male, so he's naturally quite popular." She hit all the consonant sounds really hard. "He asked me to dinner last week, and it was magical." She sighed as she smiled down at the phone. "Kissed me on the first date." "Ingrid," Kara said with a giggle. "What does he look like?" The three of them crowded around her phone while Ingrid pulled up her gallery and showed them a couple of pictures. A man with light hair smiled at them, his teeth straight and white, his eyes a brilliant shade of blue. She flipped to a picture of the two of them, and Molly said, "You guys are adorable together. He's handsome, Ingrid. What's his real name?" "Hans Sellers," she said. "Isn't that a great name?" "Oh boy," Kara said, rolling her eyes. "She's really smitten." "Ingrid Sellers," Ingrid said, a long sigh coming from her mouth. Molly giggled and stepped back. "I'm happy you like him so much, Ingrid." She moved over to the doorway and peered out. "But what about you not getting married until you're 35? "Well, plans aren't set in stone." Ingrid joined her in the doorway. Still stood at the microphone. "Used to say that work would do our souls good." He smiled around at everyone. "Anyway, I learned a lot from my mother, but the thing I learned best was how to love." He smiled around the gym, and Molly felt the love he spoke of way down deep in her chest. She couldn't help looking for Hunter, and he sat at a table near the front, his father on one side and his grandfather on the other. He held his youngest brother on his lap, and one of his uncle's little girls as well. Molly watched him while said one of his uncles would say the prayer over the food. Then they'd be eating from the buffet at the back of the gym. An older gentleman stood up, and he did belong to the Hammonds, though he wasn't nearly as dark as Hunter and all of the men in his family. Molly folded her arms and bowed her head, studying the pattern on the tile at her feet, adding her own prayer for peace and comfort for this good family. Several days later, Molly's phone rang as she pulled into the parking lot at school. Matt's name sat on the screen, and her heart beat out a couple of extra thumps. She quickly tapped the icon to open the call.
Matt, hi,
she said. "Oh, good morning, Molly," he said, and she calmed slightly. "I was wondering what you're doing this weekend. Chris and I have lunch quite often, and he asked about you." Molly turned into a parking spot and put her car in park.
He did?
"Well, he said Bev spoke of you often, and he found something she'd set aside for you."
Oh.
Molly stared out the window at the stormy sky, wondering what in the world Bev Hammond would have set aside for her. She thought quickly through her schedule for the weekend, as Matt continued to say he and Gloria ate lunch with Chris almost every day.
"I can come tomorrow or Sunday," she said, hoping with every fiber of her being he'd say tomorrow. Hunter surely went to the family farm on the Sabbath. "Tomorrow would probably be best," she said. "My mother's been feeling a little under the weather, and I'm cooking on Sunday for my family."
"Well, I'm sorry about your mother," Matt said. "Is she okay?"
"Yes," Molly said, swallowing. She'd gone in for another round of tests just yesterday, and hopefully they'd all hear the results very soon. "She's just run down." Molly didn't know how else to describe it. Mama wasn't sick with a virus or anything like that. She was just exhausted, and Molly had seen her this tired when she'd gone through her chemotherapy treatments. She really didn't want to watch her mother go through that again, and she pressed her eyes closed as she said a quick prayer.
"Tomorrow's fine," Matt said, breaking into her thoughts. "Gloria's right here, and she says if you wear the right shoes, she'll give you another lesson." He chuckled, and Molly joined in with a giggle.
"She's got a deal," Molly said. The call ended, and she faced the day with a better mood than she'd had a few minutes ago. The following day, she showed up at the farm wearing blue jeans, a sweater, cowgirl boots, and a coat. She pulled a knitted hat over her ears as she got out of the car, and she smiled at Gloria when she came out of the barn. "Molly," she said. "Well, I haven't seen you in a while." "Yes." Molly didn't know what else to say, and she gave Gloria a quick hug that felt more awkward than friendly. She got the distinct impression that Gloria didn't let too many people get too close to her. So when Matt joined them and she gave him a warm smile, it was practically the temperature of lava. The wind rustled through the trees on the far side of the pasture from where they stood, the rushing of it as it moved almost like the sound of a river. Molly loved the woods, the mountains, and the trees. She loved nature, and she smiled at Gloria and Matt as her nerves settled. "I guess I'll just say it," she said. "You two know Hunter and I broke up, right?" Matt blinked, but Gloria nodded. "Okay," Molly said, drawing in a deep breath. "I just don't want it to be weird. I don't need to be re-set up with him or anything."
"That's not what this is," Matt said, his eyes wide. "At all." He exchanged a glance with Gloria. "We would never do that to you, Molly." She nodded, glad she'd said something.
"Okay, thanks."
She smiled at them again, lunging at Matt and hugging him.
"Thank you for inviting me out here."
It felt good to have his arms around her, though there were no romantic feelings between them. She stepped back and inhaled as she looked at the completed stables and barns.
"This place is so amazing," she said. "How are the horses coming along? Will you guys open in the spring like we planned?"
That is another reason we asked you to come out here, Gloria said slowly. We can't run this program without you, Molly.
Oh, Hunter
put you in charge of it, Matt said. Gloria and I can work with the horses and counselors, but we need you to handle the children. Molly looked back and forth between them, her indecision raging. Could she really drive out to this farm every day? Hunter's farm? He won't even know, she thought.
How often does Hunter come out here?
Only Sundays, Matt said. I swear, Molly. She nodded. He'd be CEO soon, and he was probably already keeping those hours. His advancement had been announced, and the beginning of the new year only lay a couple of months away.
Okay, she said. Fine, I can do it.
She put a smile on her face that felt like it stretched too far.
But I think it's too cold for a lesson today. Can we just eat lunch in a warm house?
Matt chuckled and ducked his head. Gloria grinned and said,
Yes, I agree. Let's go.
Molly went with them to a single-story house behind the farmhouse, falling easily into the small talk. She enjoyed her time with them, and she clutched the tiny crystal apple Chris said Bev had bought for her at a craft fair the previous summer, when she hugged him after they'd eaten. On her way back home, Molly tried not to let the horrible reality of her real life press in on her and ruin the past couple of hours. But it did anyway. She walked into her house alone. She fed her dog and cat and faced the empty space. Everything was so quiet, with nothing to do, and Molly slouched onto the couch with tears in her eyes. She hoped this hopeless, lonely feeling would pass quickly, and she opened her mouth and prayed for exactly that. Chapter 26. Hunter twisted in his chair and looked out the windows. Snow fell outside in a wicked way, and it reminded him of his time in Massachusetts. That, or the fact that he currently listened to Will detail his plans for the upcoming new year.
With the new funding, Will said, we'll be able to take on 20% more veterans in the first quarter alone.
That's great, Hunter said. You've been doing an amazing job out there, Will.
Are you still planning to come for Thanksgiving?
Hunter thought of Cambridge, and he did miss the city. He loved to walk along the Charles River, even in the winter, and he often found himself trawling up and down the pedestrian mall here in downtown Denver, his thoughts half a continent away. Or just over in the next town, at an elementary school. Every strawberry blonde he saw made his heartbeat quicken, and every time his phone made any noise at all, his adrenaline spiked. Yes, Hunter said, making his decision. I'm still planning on coming for Thanksgiving. You're sure your parents can put up with me? He grinned at his joke, because Will's mother had once told Hunter she preferred him to her own son, because Hunter just said, yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, instead of challenging everything she said. Will's affinity for arguing made him an excellent problem solver, though, and he and Hunter had gotten along extraordinarily well. Hunter had never been as nervous as he'd been when he'd moved to Cambridge. He'd signed a lease for an apartment with 4 bedrooms and 6 men. He'd had a private room, and right next door had been Will. Their second year at MIT, they'd found a house and shared that, just the two of them. Hunter still owned the house, and Will managed that too. Now he rented it to an MIT student in need for hardly anything, because Hunter didn't need the money. Even Dad didn't know about the house in Cambridge, other than that Hunter had bought it to live there. He'd never asked if Hunter had sold it or kept it, and Hunter hadn't volunteered the information. Will finished laughing and said, "You better bring some of those caramel chocolate chip cookies. She'll probably leave my dad for you then." Hunter belted out a laugh too, but deep inside, all of his organs writhed. Those caramel chocolate chip cookies could only be made by Molly. He'd felt like this before, and he'd quelled the loneliness and depression by going out with other girls. Lots and lots of other girls. Hunter wouldn't do that this time, he knew. He was older now, more mature. He didn't need to experiment to find the type of woman he liked. He knew. He also knew he couldn't have everything he wanted. Life didn't work that way, and Hunter had started to accept that reality. "See you soon," Hunter said, finishing up their conversation and letting his phone drop to his lap. He stared out at the weather, feeling the same cold and numbness inside him. He hated feeling this way, this sort of film of nothingness, where he could get through anything because no matter what, he never felt too bad. His intercom beeped, and a woman said, "Mr. Hammond?" He sighed as he turned back to the expansive desk. When he'd first moved to this office on the 24th floor, he'd wondered how he'd ever fill a desk this big. Now, it held all kinds of things, and Hunter knew what each folder and file held. He knew why Elise had told him to put plants in the office, and he glanced at the family picture they'd had taken at his grandmother's funeral. He hated the picture, because he looked like someone had smashed tomatoes in his eyes. He'd cried so much that day, and Hunter hated the extremes in his emotions. He'd once told his uncles it was all or nothing, and that had definitely been the case lately. Candace started talking before he could reach the button and tell her he was listening. "Your 115 is here, and the food is on the way up." Hunter pressed the button and said, "Thank you, Candace. Can you hold them and send everything and everyone in at once?" "Of course, sir." Sir. Hunter hated being called sir. He was only 25 years old, and his assistant was easily a decade older than him. Myra was still working for Laura, but once she retired on January 1st, Hunter would get the same assistant his Uncle Wes had had for years. The CEO had 2 people who made sure he had everything he needed, and Candace had moved over from legal to work with Myra and Hunter. He liked her quite a lot, as she always had everything ready for him the moment he stepped off the elevator in the morning. Hunter stood and paced toward the far wall of his office. Though this room was huge, he often felt caged here. He tried not to think that he'd only been in the office for 2 weeks, but he did anyway. He and Molly had been separated for almost 5 weeks now, and he still hadn't found the courage to gather her favorite flowers and knock on her front door. He didn't need her to do this job. He could do the job without her. It was actually living that was unbearable. He walked from one side of the room to the other, taking time to feel every stride, each pull in his muscles as he moved. Lucy had taught him to focus on specific parts of his body, feeling them in isolation to help keep his thoughts from scattering. He pressed his fingers together, feeling each pressure point, and he paused in front of the windows again and took a long, deep breath. As if on cue, a smart rap landed on the door, and Hunter turned to see his huge mahogany door slowly creep open. "Sir, everything's ready." Candace entered, carrying a couple of white paper bags in her hands. Behind her walked Ruby Cameron and Sylvia Quinn, the 2 women who headed up the legal department at HMC. "Ruby," Hunter said, putting a smile on his face. He stepped around his desk and extended his hand toward her. She hadn't taken Dad's job when he'd left the family company years ago, but she had it now. Hunter knew what her schedule was like, as he'd lived it as a child. She smiled and shook his hand. She stepped to the side so Hunter could shake Sylvia's hand as well. "You cut your hair," he said, admiring it. Laura had taught him to always lead with a compliment, and to always know something personal about the people he was with. He'd already started his files, and he'd gone over Ruby's and Sylvia's that morning. "I like it. Did you color it too?" Sylvia smiled at him, and it settled into something personal, not professional.
"Yes," she said. "It's darker now."
"Yes," Hunter said. "Quite a bit darker." He'd need to put that in his file. Part of him felt devious, keeping files on people. But Laura told him it was no crime to make people feel at ease, and like they meant more to you than the numbers they were bringing. Legal didn't have numbers for him today, but Ruby wanted to review the 2 cases in litigation right now, and as they'd last longer than Laura, Hunter had started working on them with the team.
"Let's see,"
Candace said, pulling containers from the paper bags.
"Hunter, here's your steak sandwich."
She set it on a clear spot on his desk.
"Ladies, pull that shelf out and pull up a chair."
Hunter's desk had a shelf that pulled out of the front of it to make it into a table, so he didn't have to use a conference room or house a table in his office. Ruby pulled out the shelf, and Candace set down another container with,
"Berries and nut salad, extra poppy seed dressing."
Hunter rounded his desk and reached for a napkin in the stack Candace had already dropped. The plastic silverware lay there too, and he took a fork while Ruby inched her chair closer to his desk. Sylvia sat too, and Candace gave her the ham and cheese panini she'd ordered, then set her own salad on the corner of the desk. She always stayed during the meetings to take notes and keep track of things Hunter needed to do following the discussion. "Ruby, how's Mark?" Her husband owned a guitar shop here in Denver, and Hunter had been considering learning the instrument. In the end, he hadn't, because he barely had time to breathe, sleep, and eat, so taking up a hobby didn't seem wise. Ruby let out a sigh.
"He needs to relocate the store, but he's having trouble finding an appropriate spot."
"Why does he need to relocate?" Hunter opened his container, his mouth watering at the sight of the steak and slaw and sourdough bread. He glanced at Ruby, who stirred her dressing into her salad.
"One of those marijuana candy stores opened up right next door," she said. "Lots of people milling about with plenty of smoke. He comes home half stoned almost every day."
"You're kidding," Hunter said, somewhat shocked. He lived downtown, and while marijuana was legal in Colorado, he hadn't seen much of it.
"The shop's been broken into several times."
Ruby forked up a bite of salad and held it in front of her.
"He just needs a new place, but his location is good right now, and he's been there so long his rent is dirt cheap."
Hunter listened, wondering if he could help in some way. He didn't know much about retail locations, but surely there would be an open retail space or a neighborhood that would benefit from a guitar shop. "Why don't you talk to Beth in Internal Systems?" he asked. "Her husband does all the real estate for us, and he might know of somewhere that's dying for a guitar shop."
"I'm not sure we can buy a place," Ruby said, though her eyes held an interested glint now.
"Robert might not know much about commercial real estate, but he'll know someone who does." Hunter took a bite of his sandwich, his eyebrows raised. After swallowing, he said, "It's worth asking."
"Yeah," Ruby said, finally slipping from professional to personal. "Thanks."
He survived the meeting, and another. He made it through another day, and then another. He'd started marking time by counting how many times he walked back and forth from his building to HMC. The short half-block distance between the lobbies not enough to get his restless energy out. He didn't run again, though, because that had been torture. Instead, Hunter filled every waking moment with something. Work, phone calls, cleaning his office or condo, walking around downtown, or therapy. "Shoot," he said, jumping up from his desk. "Therapy." He swiped his phone from the desk and hurried toward his office door. "I'm late," he said to Candace as she looked up. "Will you call Lucy and let her know I'm on my way?" "Hunter." She stood, and the fact that she'd used his first name got him to slow down. "Your appointment with Lucy isn't until 5 today." He turned back, his brow furrowed. "It's always at 4. "Right." Candace smiled at him. "But she had an emergency this morning, and she called and pushed you back an hour." She came around the front of the desk and perched on the top of it. "Did you really think I let you be late for an appointment?" Relief ran through Hunter, and he smiled too. "No, of course not." He hooked his thumb over his shoulder. "I'm going to go anyway. I've got my files." He lifted his briefcase like he owed Candace an explanation. "Okay," she said. "I'm sneaking out after you too. Remember, my son has his fencing tournament tonight?" "Yes," Hunter said. "Have a good evening." He gave her a quick smile and turned to leave. He nodded to everyone on his way out of the building, just like he always did. He hated the formality, and Hunter bypassed his lobby, though he now had time to take his briefcase upstairs before his appointment. He wandered down the street, which was starting to fill with businessmen and women on their way home from their very important jobs. The noise on the street increased, and Hunter stood there in the sea of people, watching them walk and talk, either to each other or on their phones. They all wore black or blue, with long, wool coats to keep the November chill off their skin. He'd never felt so alone. "What do you mean?" Lucy asked, and Hunter sighed. "Can I take off my shoes?" he asked, reverting back to when he was 13 years old and had first started coming to see Lucy. She gave him a smile and waved her pen, just like she had the first time he'd asked if he could take off his shoes during his therapy session. Hunter kicked them off and lay down on the couch. "I don't know what I mean. Aren't you supposed to tell me what I mean?" Lucy gave a light laugh that only lasted a couple of seconds. She wouldn't tell him what he meant. She never had before, and in fact, she'd ask him an annoying question if he didn't talk. He exhaled out until he felt like the front of his lungs would stick to the back, and then he inhaled again. "I think I'm trying to figure out if having a high-pressure job means I can never have a wife and family." "Is that what you think?" "I've never seen anyone do it." "Does that make it true, though?" "Or they try, and then they end up divorced. I know what that's like for children, and I don't want to put my kids through that." Uncle Wes flashed through his mind. He'd basically lived 2 lives. One where he was the philanthropist who founded a pharmaceutical company, and then ran HMC for years and years. Only when he quit did he move on to wife and family. Dad had done the same thing. Uncle Colton, too. Uncle Ames and Cy both had pretty big jobs, with huge companies they ran. But a motorcycle shop and a police dog academy weren't the same as running the family company. The scale was much smaller, for one, and they were only risking their own money, not the livelihoods of hundreds and hundreds of people, maybe thousands, with a family name to uphold. You do want children, though. Yes, Hunter said. What did your grandfather do? He ran HMC, Hunter said, his mind racing now. He sat up. He ran HMC, and my grandma was right there with him. They had 5 kids while he ran HMC. He had seen someone who'd worked the job and managed a family at the same time. He needed to go visit Grandpa, and he wished Grandma was still alive, so he could ask her how she had liked her husband working 100 hours a week. Maybe Grandpa hadn't worked that much. Maybe Hunter worked too much. He simply didn't know what to do with his time if he wasn't working. If you had Molly, you'd know what to do with your time, he thought. Lucy had asked him something, but Hunter hadn't heard her through his thoughts. He bent over and started relacing his shoes. I have to go, Lucy. Tell me where you're going, she said, standing up. Hunter heard the concern in her voice, and he looked up. I'm going to go visit my grandpa. Ask him how he did it. He finished tying his shoes and stood up. He stepped toward Lucy and hugged her. Thank you, Lucy. You always find a path in my mind I haven't been able to see. You do all the work, Hunt, just like always. He stepped back and ducked his head. How's Georgie? Not going by Georgie anymore, she said with a smile. He's 14 now, and he's declared it's just George. She laughed and shook her head. Hunter smiled at her. I get that. He paused and cocked his head. You work a lot, right, Lucy? A fair bit, she admitted. How do you do it? Lucy blinked, and Hunter held up his hand. Never mind. Too personal. I get it. I'm still learning that boundary. It's okay, Lucy said. We're friends, Hunter. It's a hard line. Between us and between how much I work and when I need to be done. She set her notebook on her desk and turned back to him. Let me tell you something my father told me a long time ago. He worked a lot, but not in suits and office buildings. He had 2 jobs to support our family, and he'd come home for 15 minutes to change his clothes and grab a sandwich before he went to his night job. She flashed a smile that contained a tiny bit of trepidation. Hunter shrugged into his coat, but he listened intently. He said that he paused on the front step of our house every time he got home. He'd shed anything upsetting, troublesome, or hard that had happened at work. Right there on the stoop. He never brought it home. Never. When he left the next day, he said, Lucy, the troubles were always waiting, right where I'd left them. I'd pick them up and take them with me, work on them while I was gone, drop them when I got home. She smiled again. That's what I try to do. Set strict hours for myself and take nothing home. It's worked for Alan and I. It may not work for everyone. Hunter couldn't even imagine his father doing that. Sometimes things happened that required immediate attention. Could he simply say he wasn't available if a crisis didn't happen during his designated work hours? He didn't want to spend his life apologizing to his wife and kids when he had to run to work real quick. He already knew nothing at HMC was done quickly. Good luck, Hunter, Lucy said. We'll talk about how things go with your grandfather next week? Yeah, Hunter said, distracted as he turned toward the door. The drive out to the farm passed quickly, and Hunter dang near rammed his truck into the front porch when he saw a familiar sedan in his rearview mirror. Molly. He slammed on the brakes and twisted around, watching the taillights on a dark blue sedan as they left the farm. Part of him wanted to race after her and tell her he'd quit in the morning. When he got out of the truck, though, his dad said, "Hunter," and laughed as he came down the steps. "What brings you to the farm in the middle of the week?" What a great question. Hunter turned and met Dad's eye, then looked back down the lane. The car had rounded the corner, and he couldn't see it anymore. He couldn't see which way to go in his life. He turned towards his father and hurried forward, stepping right into his arms. Hunter had always been able to go to his father and feel like he belonged. And though he was an adult who'd been living on his own for years now, he hadn't outgrown the need for a hug from the one person who'd always loved him the most. "Oh, my boy," Dad whispered. "Come in and tell me and your mama all about it." Chapter 27. Molly held up her hand for Allison to give high five. The little girl did, and then grabbed Molly around the middle, giving her a hug, too. Molly giggled with her and said, "Have a good Thanksgiving." Bryce got a hug, too. Spencer always took a handshake, and she watched him walk down the hall when everyone else was running toward their holiday break. That little boy was going to be President of the United States one day, and Molly shook her head with a smile. Hug, high five, or handshake, she said goodbye to every child in her class until the very last one had gone. With a happy sigh, Molly stood. She had a lot to be grateful for, and she'd been writing down one thing each day in November. Today, her entry would definitely have something about these fudge-striped cookies her room mother had left after their class party. She smiled and picked up a cookie, biting it in half as she sat at her desk. She'd do the bare minimum for next Monday, and then she could enjoy the Thanksgiving holiday with her family. Lyra would arrive from Utah tomorrow, and Molly had plans to spend the day in Mama's kitchen as they put together pies and peeled potatoes, sliced bread for the stuffing, and shopped for the last-minute things Molly had forgotten she needed. It happened every year, no matter how many notes to herself Molly made. Last year she'd forgotten cornstarch for the pies. This year, she already had it in the box she'd been putting things in all week. "Bye," she said to Sarah, the teacher across the hall, as she closed and locked her classroom door. Everyone smiled and said goodbye today, as they'd all have the next 5 days off. Molly went home and scooped Saltine into her arms. "Hey, buddy," she said into his neck. He tried to lick her face, and she shook her head and set him down, laughing. "No licking." Gypsy growled low in her throat, the sound almost like a purr. Molly knew better, and she glanced over at the gray feline. "I'm coming," she said, dropping her purse on the table just inside the laundry room. One glance at the food bowls there showed the cat still had plenty of food. "You didn't even eat today." She continued down the hall, the cat prancing in front of her. She came to a complete and sudden halt upon entering the kitchen. "Gypsy!" Frustration filled her at the sight in front of her. The croutons Molly had put in her food box had clearly enticed the cat, as the shredded bag bore the brand name Mickelson's, her favorite brand of the garlic butter croutons. From there, Gypsy had clearly gone nuts, as even the small bottle of pumpkin pie spice lay on the floor at her feet. Her first instinct was to grab the cat and squeeze it really, really tightly. Her second was complete resignation, and she sighed as she bent to pick up a fragment of the crouton bag. "You idiot cat," she said as Gypsy meowed and hopped onto the back of the couch. "Yeah, I'm talking to you," she said. "Now I have to go buy more croutons, and Ingrid is going to be here in an hour." She didn't need the croutons for dinner that evening, though, and Molly straightened and typed into her notes that she needed to get more of them for tomorrow's trip to the store. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving would be busy at the supermarket, but Molly was used to it. She'd get up and go early, and hopefully she and Mama wouldn't have to go back for anything. All of her tests had come back negative, and the doctor had determined she'd had a touch of the flu. She'd rested, stayed home from church for a while, and let her husband and Molly pick up the chores around the house for a couple of weeks. She felt great now, at least according to her texts, and Molly had no reason to doubt her. She picked up the errant bottles of spices and the packet of ranch dressing mix Gypsy had managed to get out of the box, and put them back where they belonged. She swept, getting all the most delicious buttery crumbs from the croutons off the floor. "You left the best part," she called to the cat on top of the bookcase. Gypsy just let her eyes squint closed, and Molly thought seriously about rehoming her for the first time. She quickly washed up and started dinner. Ingrid and Hans had only been dating about a month, maybe a bit longer, but her sister liked him so much. She claimed they saw one another every single day, and she'd asked Molly how long it took to fall in love with a man. Ingrid had always done things faster than Molly, and she'd always known what she wanted. Molly would be the first member of the Benson family to meet Hans, and one glance at the clock told her they'd be here in 20 minutes. The rice wouldn't be done in time, and Molly turned up the oven with the meatballs already in it. She'd just finished making the gourmet vegetables, and they too had to go in the oven. She could slide them in on the bottom rack if she had to, but she'd prefer they get their own bake in the proper place. With everything bubbling and boiling, she quickly wiped up the counter and her dining room table, trying to remember the last time she'd used it. She'd been eating at Mama's or on the couch, if she were being honest. Sometimes out of a container in her car, if she didn't want to come in and get glared at by Gypsy. The cat had a way of making her feel guilty for eating without sharing, and Molly sometimes needed a break from the staring. She tossed the disinfectant wipes into the trash can and turned back to the kitchen. What else needed to be done so she could entertain her sister and her boyfriend? Her heart thumped painfully beneath her breastbone, but she thought it too late to root out her feelings for Hunter and somehow get to a place where seeing Ingrid with Hans wouldn't hurt her. Of course, it was going to hurt to see Ingrid laughing and flirting and oh so happy with her boyfriend. Molly needed it to hurt, actually. She learned that just because something hurt, that didn't mean it should be avoided. She wanted to meet the man Ingrid was falling for, and she wanted to support her sister. After checking the rice one more time, she opened the oven and pulled out the meatballs. There would be a few minutes of greetings and introductions and small talk before she'd serve dinner, and the veggies could finish then. She scooped the meatballs into the mushroom sauce she'd made and covered the pot with a lid. She'd just set the baking sheet in the sink when the doorbell rang. Molly glanced around the kitchen one more time, finally looking at herself. "Shoot," she muttered. She'd forgotten to change. She still wore her school t-shirt with a giant cartoon tiger on the front of it. "Just a second," she called, but she hesitated as she turned toward the hall. Was she really going to make her sister wait outside on the porch in the cold while she changed her clothes? Of course not. She hurried through the living room to the door and opened it. Ingrid stood there, her hands tucked into the pockets of her stylish coat. "Hey!" Molly grinned at her and stepped back. "Come in." She looked past her sister to the driveway, but she didn't see anything but Ingrid's sporty red car. "Where's Hans?" Her gaze flew back to Ingrid's, hoping with everything inside her that she and Hans hadn't broken up. "What happened?" "He's still at work," she said with a smile. "They got slammed with a couple of big orders." Ingrid stepped inside, and Molly started to relax. "He'll be here soon. We should have just ordered pizza and requested him as the driver." Ingrid laughed as she peeled off her coat. "You live outside his delivery jurisdiction anyway." She faced the house and sighed. "I love your place. I'm so ready to be done with roommates." Molly stepped past her and led the way into the kitchen. "No, you want to switch out your female roommates for a male one." She glanced over her shoulder, throwing Ingrid a knowing smile. "A single male one." "Maybe," Ingrid said coyly, as she pulled out a bar stool and sat. "Have you talked to Lyra?" "No, why?" Molly opened the fridge and pulled out a couple of cans of soda. "Diet or cherry?" "Diet," Ingrid said. "Lyra told Mama she wanted to move up the wedding." Molly popped the top of her cola and frowned. "To when?" "Christmas," Ingrid said, tapping the top of her soda can. "Oh, my word," Molly said. "Mama can't handle that. She hasn't even been working on the wedding this month because of her health." "They didn't tell Lyra." "I'll tell her then," Molly said, something protective rising up inside her. "She can't do that to Mama." "I think Mama tried to tell her, but you know how headstrong Lyra can be." Molly nodded, already tapping out a message to her younger sister. A minute later she said, "Done. She just needs to chill." She practically tossed her phone on the counter, slowing at the last moment so she didn't break it. A few minutes later, the veggies were done and Molly had changed into a festive red and black sweater. When the doorbell rang, Ingrid shrieked, and Molly giggled at her as she went to answer the door. The handsome blond man Molly had seen on Ingrid's phone stood on the stoop, and he smiled with the strength of the sun. Molly felt his spirit and his charm, and it was no wonder Ingrid had fallen for him in a single month. He reminded her so much of Hunter, and she found herself smiling back with the same power. "You must be Ingrid's Hans," she said. "I am," he said, his grin turning up a notch. "I sure like it when it's said like that." He came in when she stepped back. "Do you think you could help me convince her to make it official?" Molly closed the door and turned back to Hans. "What do you mean?" "Hans!" Ingrid said behind them, but he didn't turn or flinch. His smile stayed steady, and the only movement he made was to lift his hand in the universal sign of "just a minute, please." "I asked her to marry me, and she said it's crazy to get engaged so quickly." Hans' brilliant blue eyes sparkled like sapphires. Molly could only gape at him. "What did she say?" "She said she needed to think about it." Hans leaned even closer and spoke in a hushed voice. "Really, I think she just wants a bit more time to go by so no one knows I proposed on day 29. Molly couldn't believe it either. At the same time, She could see Ingrid and Hans together, and when he turned and greeted her, Molly saw the love on his face. She witnessed it on Ingrid's too, and she basked in the excitement and warmth the couple put off. Feeling like her lungs might crack, Molly went into the kitchen, where Hans had just finished kissing Ingrid hello. "Your coat," she said. "I'll take it." He removed it and handed it to her. She took it into the living room and tossed it over the back of the couch, where Ingrid had put hers. "You should do it," she said, turning back to them. "Do what?" Ingrid asked, glancing from Molly to Hans. "Say yes," Molly said, taking a step forward. "Marry him. It's obvious you love him, and he loves you, and who cares how long you've known him?" She looked between the two of them, her heart racing now. "Say yes." With wide eyes, Ingrid looked at Hans and swatted his chest. "You told her!" Hans laughed and laced his fingers through Ingrid's before she could really hit him. "Of course I told her. She's your sister, and you said she had to approve." Molly met Ingrid's eyes. They'd closed slightly, and she actually ducked her head now. "She does." "Why?" Molly asked. "I would support whoever you chose to marry. Your opinion means a lot to me." Ingrid stepped forward and hugged Molly. "Do you really think I should say yes?" she whispered. Molly held on to Ingrid tightly, hoping to use the pressure to keep her voice from breaking. "Yes," she whispered back. "Don't miss this. Don't let him go." She squeezed her eyes shut because she didn't want to cry. Not tonight. She hugged Ingrid until her sister stepped back, and Molly wiped quickly to rid herself of any errant tears. "I approve," she declared. "Now tell the man yes." Ingrid turned back to Hans and lifted both hands as if to say, "What are you gonna do?" "I guess it's a yes." Hans whooped and scooped Ingrid right up off her feet. The two of them laughed, and Molly placed one hand over her heart as she experienced their happiness. "Wow! If I'd known it was going to be that easy, I'd have come over last week," Hans said, setting Ingrid back on her feet. He engulfed Molly in a hug too, and she laughed with him too. "Thank you, Molly." The merriment stayed high as Molly served dinner. She learned Hans was a few years older than Ingrid, that he managed a pizza place close to campus, and that he would graduate at the same time as her. Molly enjoyed the conversation, and she said, "You better call Mama first thing in the morning," as Ingrid and Hans started putting on their coats to leave. "We will," Ingrid said, flashing another smile at Molly. "Thanks, Malls." She waved to them from inside the house, barely keeping Saltine from following them. Once she closed the door, she sighed, utterly exhausted now that the adrenaline was starting to ebb. She left the dishes and went down the hall to her bedroom, simply ready to be done thinking for the day. She spent a few minutes removing her makeup and tying up her hair. She changed into pajamas and sank to her knees beside the bed. "Lord," she prayed, "did I let Hunter go too soon? Did I make a mistake?" She paused, trying to hear an answer. Sometimes she felt something reverberating through her bloodstream, and she'd have her answer. She wasn't sure if she'd made a mistake or given up too soon, but she knew she loved Hunter, and perhaps love was enough to sustain them through tough times. Perhaps love could see them through his years as CEO.
"How do I fix this?"
she asked next, pausing once again to listen. Her mind started to whir as she grasped for ideas for how she could get Hunter back into her life. This time for good. Molly returned to school the next week, and she went out to the Hammond family farm in the middle of the week. She could work on the children's program from her house, but she liked to sit in the heated office with Matt and Gloria and run her ideas by them. She designed a flyer over the Thanksgiving holiday, and her next step was to build a website. She'd secured the domain name, and while she'd never built a website, she had confidence in herself that she could do it. She had it on her list to talk with Matt and Gloria about, because perhaps one of them had experience with web design. She strongly suspected Hunter did, but she still hadn't figured out how to talk to him. She'd thought she could simply text him an update about pony power and see if he responded. Matt said he hadn't asked about it at all, and Molly assumed he'd simply forgotten how excited he'd been about starting the equine therapy facility. It was a lot of work, and he certainly wouldn't have time to do it. He didn't need to do it, though. He'd asked her to head it up. He hadn't asked her to stop working on it, so Molly continued to devote a few hours to pony power each week. Thursday morning, she woke to 15 inches of fresh snow and a notice that school had been canceled for the day. Relief filled her because her sedan didn't handle the snow very well, and she'd barely made it home from the farm last night. She stayed in her pajamas and padded into the kitchen to make hot chocolate. She curled into the couch with saltine and a plate of toast, her mug of hot chocolate on the table next to her. "Game shows or a movie?" she asked the little dog. Gypsy meowed from the kitchen, but Molly ignored her. "Movie," she said. She loved watching game shows as a child and teenager, but they weren't as fun anymore. She'd always wanted to go on The Price is Right and spin the big wheel, but she'd barely left the state of Colorado. She told herself she was still young, and then she heard Hunter say it in her mind too. He'd told her that once, when they'd been arguing about his job and how he'd balance it with a family. Something banged outside, and Molly startled. Saltine barked, his voice almost a howl. That was his way of saying he was scared but trying to be tough, and Molly shushed him. She got up and peeked through the blinds, hoping it was just the wind blowing through the neighborhood. A big, icy chunk of snow falling from a roof. Something easy and innocent. A huge gray truck sat on the street in front of her house. A gasp flew from her mouth, and Molly let the blinds fall back into place. She blinked, her pulse pounding as her stomach swooped, and reached to pull the string to open the blinds. Hunter had gotten out of the truck. He faced her house, the expression on his face completely unreadable. He looked down the street as if waiting for someone else, and Molly followed his gaze. Another truck pulled up with a logo on the side of it, indicating they did snow removal. Molly pressed one hand to her heart as the driver got out and Hunter spoke to him, indicating that yes, they needed to clear her driveway and sidewalk. He shook the man's hand and turned as another car arrived. This one had a bouquet painted on the door, with a great big heart on the roof of the car. Hunter rounded his vehicle to step into the street, as the sidewalks were covered in snow, and she lost sight of him as he went behind his truck. The car pulled down the street and parked in front of the next house, and Hunter picked up a shovel and got to work. Molly couldn't move. She couldn't go heap more water and milk for those out there working to clear the snow away. She just watched as Hunter and the other 2 men he'd hired dug out her driveway and sidewalk. She stepped to the side as they started up the walk to her front porch, and she even held her breath for a moment, as if they'd hear her breathing in and out through the walls. She'd heard their voices talking, and she dared to peek through the blinds again. The snow removal truck eased away, and the floral car pulled into the now cleared driveway. A white van did too, and a woman got out and went to the back of the vehicle. Hunter approached both of them, and they each said a few things before he faced the house again. He drew a deep breath, and Molly recognized the nerves on his handsome face. He fought through them, and he took a step toward her front door. Chapter 28. Hunter had no idea what he was doing. Every time he blinked, his vision turned as white as the landscape blanketing the greater Denver area. He managed to take one step, and then another, and before he knew it, he stood at the door. Knock or ring the bell. Saltine wasn't barking yet. Would she be awake? They'd canceled school. Behind him, the 2 women he'd asked to meet him there pressed in closer, as the temperature wasn't anywhere near warm. It wasn't even near cold. It was downright frigid. Hunter reached out and pressed the doorbell, thinking finally that it was a softer way of announcing his arrival. A few moments later, Molly opened the door, her eyes wide as she stared at Hunter. He turned and took the first bouquet from Tessa, his new friend at Romantic Roses. He flashed her a quick smile and focused on Molly again. "Malls," he said, the familiar nickname clogging in his throat. He cleared it away and ducked his head, embarrassed and nervous. He looked at the pretty pink petals of the tulips. Ingrid said she loved tulips. That gave him enough courage to look up and into those brilliant green eyes again. "I'm in love with you," he said, shaking his head as if he wished he weren't. He extended the flowers toward her, and surprisingly, she took them. He took another bouquet from Tessa. These were daffodils, and they had beautiful centers in white, apricot, and yellow. All in the yellow and orange color family, their beauty made him smile. He held it out toward Molly, thinking of the conversation he'd had with her mother yesterday. "Your mama said you love daffodils, and I have to admit, they're beautiful." She took those flowers too, and he added, "I apologize for being so rigid in my decisions. I hope you'll forgive me, and that we can try again." He took the next bouquet, his fingers shaking with cold. He was going to have to tip these women more than he'd anticipated. These were deep, red roses. "I can't keep trying to live without you," he said, his voice quiet. "I love you. I need you. I hate that I can't call you at the end of the day. I hate that I can't text you at lunchtime and say I hope you're having a good day. I hate that I went out to the farm and saw your car leaving and nearly broke down." He drew in a breath. Please forgive me." "I broke up with you, Hunter," she said as she took the roses from him. "Why are you apologizing?" "Because you broke up with me. Because I went down a path you couldn't." "Has that changed?" Hunter took the last flower arrangement, a pretty bouquet of calla lilies. Not entirely, but the way I'm approaching it has changed drastically. I'd love to just talk to you about it.
He wants to share breakfast with you too,
Kenna said, and Hunter turned toward her too. Right, Hunter said. Your dad said you loved the stuffed French toast from Kitchen 979, and I managed to get Kenna to bring it to you.
Come in,
Molly said, stepping back to make room for him. Relief filled Hunter, and he stepped into the warmth of the house. Kenna followed him, bringing the large white pastry box with their breakfast in it. Tessa entered last, closing the door behind them and sealing the cold out. She busied herself with vases and setting up the flower arrangements while Kenna unpacked the food, plates, and utensils. Hunter couldn't look away from Molly the whole time, and she seemed to look everywhere but at him. Thank you, Hunter told Tessa and Kenna, walking with them toward the front door. Thanks so much. The two women left, and Hunter closed the door and locked it before facing Molly. He pressed his back into the door. I talked to my grandfather, he said. He says you've been coming out there, and that if there's any way I can get you back, I should. Molly simply leaned into the counter and looked at him. Hunter cleared his throat. He and my grandma had 5 kids while he was CEO. He said it's as simple as I want it to be. It's as simple as me choosing you and my family above the job. He hadn't been doing that, and Hunter would need to work hard to find the right balance. He wasn't great at balancing things, and he hadn't known that until very recently. Now that I know what I need to work on, I know we can make this work.
You really think so?
Molly asked, looking down and tucking her hair behind her ear. She stooped and picked up her little white dog. Hunter walked toward her, every step making his heart beat faster. I really think so, he said, with my whole heart. It's not about us being on 2 different paths. We're different people, and we're always going to be on different paths. But what if they're parallel paths? What if you're right next to me, and I can simply reach out and hold your hand from the path I'm on?
Because we want the same things, and are going to the same place,
she said. Right, he said. Your dad gave a sermon on that when we were kids. I called him and asked him to send me a copy. Hunter paused a few feet from her and reached into his back pocket. Molly reached out and covered his hands with hers. Though her hand was much smaller than his, he stilled at the simple touch.
I know what he says. She gave him a smile. Especially if it's a sermon from when we were younger. He used to recite them around the house until he had them memorized. I had no choice but to memorize them too. Hunter dropped the single sheet of paper he'd printed and took her hand in both of his. I will not abandon you to raise the children alone, he said. I will be there for you and for our family. I know I can do it. Molly searched his face, and Hunter didn't have any evidence to back up what he'd just claimed. He expected her to ask him how, but she didn't. Tears filled her eyes, and Hunter reached up and brushed them away. What are you thinking? He asked, desperate to know how much further he had to go. I'm thinking that we're young, she said, and we have time to start a family. We have time for you to be CEO for 5 years, or more. I don't know. She gently tugged her hand away from him. I've been thinking that I made a mistake and that I need to fix things with you. Because I love you."
Hunter's smile filled his face. "Molly Benson, you're my first love." She looked up at him, her smile matching his. "I've never stopped loving you, even when I was away, even when I fell in love with someone else. I think God doesn't always put two people that are perfect for each other together so early in their lives. But I 100% believe He does sometimes." He leaned toward her. "That's us, sweetheart. Me and you. He gave me you when I needed you as a teenager. And He put you right back in my life this summer. Because He knew I was too boneheaded to get the hint the first time. I've broken up with you both times," Molly said, a quick sob leaking out of her mouth. "If you're a bonehead, what does that make me?" "Cautious," Hunter said without missing a beat. "Which you have every right to be." He stepped closer and slowly gathered her into his arms, beyond pleased when she let him. "I will not hurt you. I will be the husband and father you want me to be. I'm not going to be perfect, but I swear to you, Molly, all you'll need to do is sit me down and tell me what you want, and I will do it." She shook her head. "That's not how marriage is, Hunt. We should talk about things and compromise. It's not all about me." Hunter swallowed, because she was just so good. "Okay," he said. "Let's do that. I'd like to have a few months to prove to you that I can do this and pay attention to you, to find the balance. I'm guessing you'd like that too, but you'll want things to happen quickly. Where's the compromise in that?" Molly laughed, and Hunter chuckled with her. When they sobered and their eyes met, Hunter leaned down and kissed her. The feelings moving through him reminded him of pure peace. Because this woman loved him, flaws and all. This woman would forgive him when he messed up. He could be himself with her, and he didn't have to hide anything. "I can't keep trying to live without you," he whispered, sliding his lips down her neck. "I can work and work and work, but that's not living." Molly took his face in her hands and looked straight into his eyes. "You're my first love too, Hunter. When our paths diverge or start to stray from that parallel alignment, promise me we'll work on getting them back where they belong. Together." "I promise," he said. She nodded and turned toward the breakfast setup. "Okay," she said. "I'm starving, and this is getting cold. Should we eat?" "Sure," he said, waiting for her to take a seat at the bar. He sat next to her. "I have so much stuff to tell you." "Yeah?" she asked, picking up a fork. "What kind of stuff?" He thought of his therapy sessions over the past couple of weeks, his trip to Cambridge for Thanksgiving, and the talks with his father and grandfather. So much. He poured syrup over his French toast. "But first, you never did say how long you're willing to give me to achieve the balance between home and work." 8 months later. Molly swung down out of the saddle, still a bit shocked she could do so without stumbling. She'd actually fallen trying to get off a horse in the past, but she rode so often now, it was almost like breathing.
How's it going, Amy? She called to a girl in the walking ring with one of Molly's favorite horses, Cinnamon Sugar. She had a creamy white coat with sprinkles of brown and black, as if someone had dusted her with cinnamon sugar. The horse possessed a gentle spirit, which was perfect for someone like Amy. Good, the 12-year-old called to Molly. She went over to the fence and put one foot on the bottom rung as she watched Amy walk with Cinnamon Sugar. Can you get her to stop? Molly asked as they came around the ring toward her. Amy made a clucking noise with her mouth, and the horse stopped. She beamed at Molly, who smiled back. You're getting so good with her. Thanks, Amy said. You're here because I have to go in for my session, right? Molly nodded, waiting for Amy's outburst. She'd come to Pony Power for help with her anger. She'd been in 2 behavioral units last year because she threatened other children and had no way to deal with her explosive anger. Amy's face fell, and she stepped over to Cinnamon Sugar. I have to go now, she said to the horse. Thank you for walking so good for me. Cinnamon just hung her head there, and Amy stroked her hand down her nose. She turned back to Molly. All right, let me put her away. Molly nodded, because the kids were actually required to do as much as they could with the horses, including getting them out for their therapy with them and putting them away. Travis came out of the barn to help Amy with the horse, but he didn't touch anything he didn't have to. Molly listened to the construction going on way over by the trees, and she looked to the big domed building that had started to take shape in the past 3 weeks. They needed an indoor arena to continue to offer equine therapy during the icy winter months in the Rocky Mountains. And Molly wanted all of the kids here to continue to get the help they needed, snow or shine. Once Amy had put Cinnamon Sugar away properly, she put her hand in Molly's. She smiled at the girl who was almost the same height as her. How's your dad? He's still dating that woman, Amy said sourly. Molly just nodded. She wasn't the therapist, and she didn't get into their treatments and therapies. She knew their family situations, and she tried to stick to asking about their parents. But we're going to my grandma's house in Pennsylvania next week. Just the 2 of us. That's great, Molly said, delivering Amy to one of the cabins where their counselors worked. If I don't see you, have fun in Pennsylvania. Amy smiled and went up the steps and inside the cabin. Molly sighed and turned back to the pasture. Pony Power was still a skeletal operation, with only 4 counselors they employed full-time. That limited the number of patients they could have, and Molly needed to find more qualified people to assist with the therapy. They had plenty of horses, but they didn't all get to work. Matt and Gloria had no problem keeping up with their care and training, and Molly was grateful for that. She looked up into the cloudless blue sky, the sun nearly directly overhead. Hunter would be leaving the office soon, as he'd committed to only working half days during the summer, so he could be out at the farm in the afternoons. A full month into the summer, and he hadn't missed a single day. He was really good at balancing work and their relationship, and she was ready for him to propose already. They'd talked everything to death, and Molly thought if he didn't ask her to marry him soon, she was going to miss her chance for a winter wedding. Mama had stopped asking if she'd gotten a diamond that day about 2 weeks ago, and Molly huffed with frustration. Ingrid and Hans would be married next weekend, and Lyra had tied the knot 2 days after the semester ended in April, just the way she'd originally planned. If Molly could get Hunter to propose,
and she got married in December or January, her mother would have pulled off 3 weddings in only 9 months. Molly had already told Hunter she didn't need or want anything big. He'd agreed, and then he'd taken both of her hands in his and said, "Molly, baby, I'd run away with you and get married just the 2 of us if I thought I could get away with it." He'd smiled, and she could still see it dancing on his mouth and in his eyes. "But Elise would fillet me alive, and everyone at work would be devastated if they couldn't come." "You're a Hammond," she'd said, and he'd nodded. That was all there was to say. The Hammond name was everywhere in Denver, and Molly would be kidding herself if she thought her wedding to Hunter wouldn't be the event of the year. "Can we keep the dinner to close family and friends only at least?" she'd asked. He'd assured her that they could, but the man hadn't asked her to marry him yet. She headed over to his grandfather's house because she ate lunch with him, Matt, and Gloria every day. Well, every day all 4 of them were available. Sometimes it was just her and Matt and Chris. Sometimes just her and Gloria and Chris. Sometimes just her and Chris. Once, Chris had gone to town for a doctor's appointment, and Molly had eaten with Matt and Gloria in the generational house. Today, she heard voices through the open windows as she approached the house. She almost tripped on the single step from sidewalk to porch when she heard someone say, "Shh, she's here." Molly lifted her hand to knock. "Matt?" She opened the door with her other hand. "Chris?" She stepped inside the house, and though she just heard someone say something, she couldn't see anyone. "Hello?" Hunter stepped out of the hallway, a wide smile on his face. Surprise hit Molly hard in the chest. "Hey," she said, "how did you get on the farm without me seeing your truck?" "I have my ways," he said, and knowing him, he'd have dug a tunnel from the downtown building to the farm, or flown in on a helicopter. He reached her, his arms going around her easily. He smelled like fresh earth, leather, and musk, and she pulled back. "You've been here all morning. I can smell the leather on you." She searched his face, and he didn't deny it. "I rode Talk's lot out to the clearing," he admitted. "Before that, Dad and I went fishing." Molly cocked her head. "You took the day off?" "I figured the day I get engaged should only have all the things I love best in it." Before Molly could comprehend what he'd said, he reached for something on the nearby dining room table and dropped to both knees. "Molly Benson, I've loved you for as long as I can remember. I want to take our first love and make it into a forever love. Will you be my wife?" He held up the ring box and then chuckled. "Oops, gotta open that." He did, the familiar spring-loaded snap filling the house. Molly's throat seemed stuck together, especially when she looked down at the massive diamond in the box. "Hunter," she gasped. Her eyes found his again. "Yes," she said, nodding. A smile covered her face. "Yes, yes!" Hunter laughed as she started to giggle, and she slid the ring on her finger. He gathered her to him, though he still knelt on the ground. He wrapped those strong arms around her and pressed his cheek to her chest. Molly laughed and said, "Stand up and kiss me, cowboy." He did, taking her face in his hands first. "I love you, Molly." "I love you too, Hunter." She kissed him, and applause filled the house. Molly broke the kiss as his parents and the Littles came out of the hall, followed by his grandfather. Matt and Gloria had been hiding in the pantry, and Molly shook her head as they opened the door and spilled out. Her parents rose from behind the couch, and Molly started to cry. Ingrid came in through the back door and said, "I got it, Hunt! Look!" She handed him her phone, and Molly heard the playback of the proposal. "You guys," she said, looking around at the people she loved so very much. Mama grabbed onto her and hugged her. "He is perfect for you, Malls. I have no qualms about him at all." "Thank you, Mama," Molly said, and she stepped into her father's powerful embrace next. "You'll walk me down the aisle, right, Dad?" "Of course, Peanut." He grinned at her, and she turned to Gray and Elise Hammond. They both hugged her, Elise holding her especially tight for several extra moments. "I'm going to take good care of him," Molly promised her. Elise nodded and glanced at Gray. "You come to me if you need any help dealing with him. I know all of their weaknesses." They laughed together, and Elise added, "Besides, I'm not worried about you taking care of him. I told him he better treat you like a queen, and he promised he will." "I will," Hunter said, appearing at Elise's side. "Look, Mom." He held up a sparkly tiara and reached out to settle it on Molly's head. "She's my queen." He beamed at Elise, who he'd been calling Mom more and more lately, and then Molly. "Kiss!" Ingrid said. "I think the video ended before Hunter got up and did that." Heat filled Molly's face, though she'd already kissed him in front of all of these people. Hunter didn't seem to have any qualms about it, and he kissed Molly again, a slow, sensual kiss that prompted ahs from the women and whooping from the men, and only increased the fire running through her body. Molly broke the kiss with a giggle, which quickly silenced as she leaned her forehead against Hunter's. "You and me," she whispered. "I love you." "Me and you," he said back. "Love you too." Sneak Peek. His Second Chance. Chapter 1. Matthew Whetstein finished with his tie and went down the hall to the kitchen. Britt and Keith both sat at the tiny table pushed into a corner, each with a bowl of oatmeal in front of them. "How is it?" he asked his kids. "Good," Keith said, getting up. He too wore his best Sunday suit, but his tie sat askew at his collar. Britt gave Matt a thumbs up, her mouth full of her lunch. Matt hated that he'd made oatmeal for lunch, but it was easy, and they had a long day ahead of them still. Not only that, but he'd been out in the fresh snow, fighting the tractor and then the barn doors for far too long. If they didn't leave in the next 5 minutes, they'd be late to the wedding. Matt did not want to be late for Hunter Hammond's marriage ceremony. He loved the kid, now a 26-year-old man, Matt supposed, as if he were his own, and he'd been working for the Hammonds on their family farm for over 15 years. "Finish up, Britt," he said, turning to his son. "Let me fix your tie, bud." Keith held still and let him do it, but he wore an edge in his eyes. Matt smiled at him anyway, because with a 15-year-old, it was either smile or snap. "It's crooked. I'm pretty sure Hunter was dating Molly when he was 15, and look at them now." Matt got the offending knot in just the right place, and ran his hands down his son's shoulders. He'd definitely put on some muscle since they'd moved to Ivory Peaks 18 months ago. Keith had been working the farm too, earning money and learning the ins and outs of horse care from one of the best, Gloria Munson. Matt thought he was a pretty decent groomsman too, and his pride in his work had only increased since he'd made the move permanent. Keith loved working with the horses, though he'd never said so. Matt could just tell by the way the boy got up in the morning and took care of them before school, rain or shine. He could sometimes be found leaning against a fence, talking to a horse. He led them all to their therapy appointments, and he'd even agreed to participate in the equine therapy program that Hunter and his soon-to-be wife, Molly, had started last year. Pony Power had opened her doors to children with a variety of needs in May of last year. But Matt, Gloria, Molly, and Hunter had been working on the program for almost a year before that. He loved watching the kids come and go on the farm, and he loved that his 2 children had been getting the help they needed too. Behind him, a crash sounded, and Matt spun to find Britt on the floor, her bowl still skittering toward his boots. "You okay?" He stepped over the dish to his daughter, gently putting his hands under her arms and lifting her up. Tears filled her precious blue eyes, and Matt hugged her, wishing with everything in him that he could take her weaknesses and illnesses from her. He couldn't, and most days he'd accepted that. Sometimes, though, the ache in his father heart brought about a sense of injustice and sadness. He'd taken her to a half-dozen doctors, and none of them could give him an official diagnosis. With her stuttering and her poor muscle control, one had hypothesized she'd had a stroke at some point in her life. Another had said her symptoms sometimes came from mental retardation, usually caused when the brain went without oxygen for too long. Another thought perhaps fetal alcohol syndrome. The real problem was, Brittany had not suffered any of those things, at least not that Matt knew of. No strokes, no time under water or without oxygen. Her mother hadn't drunk while she was pregnant. "You're okay," he whispered to his daughter, pressing his eyes closed for only a moment. "Did your legs just give out?" She nodded against his shoulder, being very brave and only sniffling. She suddenly pushed away from him, her eyes wide and afraid.
"Is my hair okay, Daddy?"
She reached up to touch her pretty hair, which Elise and Jane had come to braid that morning. Jane was Hunter's half-sister, and she was only a couple of years older than Brittany. His daughter loved Jane with her whole heart and soul, and they'd been planning on matching hairstyles for the wedding for months now. Elise, Jane's mother, could plait hair into any number of braids, and she'd done one down to Britt's ear on each side, then pulled them back into a ponytail on the back of her head. The rest of her hair fell in soft curls to her shoulders, and Britt had stood in front of the mirror for 10 minutes after Elise and Jane had left the cabin. "It's still perfect, baby," he whispered, smoothing down a couple of errant curls. He touched his nose to hers, choking on his emotions. "You're beautiful." He lowered her to the ground and kept a firm grip on her forearm until she found her balance. Just like that, she was back to her cheerful and positive self, and Matt wondered how she did it. He wanted to retreat down the hall and punch something while he growled about how unfair life was. After the anger subsided, he'd fall to his knees and beg God to help him with his daughter. For a while there, Matt had begged God to cure Brittany, but after several months of pleading without any change in her condition, Matt realized he'd been asking for the wrong thing. He didn't need Brittany to be cured. He needed to learn how to help her, take care of her, and protect her. That was when Matt had decided he couldn't stay with his ex-wife. The roads since then had been mostly uphill, with plenty of ruts and potholes. But Matt felt like he, Keith, and Brittany were almost to the top of their personal mountain. "Ready?" he asked the kids. "We better get going. It snowed 8 inches out there, and we've got to get to the gardens by 1. "I've got Britt," Keith said quietly, stepping around Matt in the small kitchen and taking his sister's hand. "You're bringing the saddle, right?" "Stars and lights," Matt said, something his father had used to say whenever he was surprised or scared. "I forgot." He jogged down the short hall to his bedroom, where the stained and polished saddle waited over the armchair. He gazed at it for a moment, then hefted it onto his shoulder and rejoined his children in the kitchen. "Got it. Let's go." Matt had already cleared a path to his truck, and he'd already driven it that morning. They got to the vehicle, and Matt put the saddle in the back seat with Britt. "You keep an eye on that now, okay?" He grinned at her as she pulled her seatbelt across her lap and clicked it into place. He got in the front with Keith, and since he'd only been home for about 45 minutes, the truck still held some heat. He got it fired up and the heater blowing again, and they set out for the Royal Chinese Gardens, which lay on the outskirts of Denver. The drive took a while, but at least the snowplows had been out to clear the roads. Matt sang along with the radio, grinning at Britt as she added her sweet voice to the country songs she knew. Keith rolled his eyes a time or two, but Matt saw him tapping his foot to at least 3 tunes. The gardens touted masterfully carved hedges, rare plants and trees from China, and the biggest flowering blossom festival in the state. All of that happened in the springtime, though, and as it was the middle of January, and everything existed under 2 feet of snow, Matt didn't think they'd be seeing any flowers today. How wrong he was. The parking lot gate had blue and white flowers laced through it, telling people they'd reached the right destination if they were looking for the Hammond wedding. Matt should have known. The Hammonds had more money than most people could comprehend, but they weren't stuck up or pretentious. They were, however, public figures, and as such, there was an image to uphold. As he parked in an empty spot, Matt saw no less than 3 people with cameras, each doing something different, though he wasn't sure what. "Come on." He got out, and while the temperature could steal a man's breath, he didn't mind it. He hailed from Montana, and he'd been working his father's farm for decades in weather much colder than this. He retrieved the saddle from the back seat and listened to Keith tell Britt there might be icy spots on the sidewalk, so she needed to hold on to him tightly. She promised she would, and Matt led the way toward the huge, light, airy dome in the center of the gardens. Molly had wanted a winter wedding, but she knew it would still have to take place indoors. She and Hunter had wanted to be married before Christmas, but the holidays had turned out to be a popular time for nuptials, and the Chinese gardens had been booked. She'd taken the next available Saturday, and Matt had wondered what all the fuss was about. Now he knew. As he walked down the cleared and salted sidewalk, he understood why Molly had wanted this venue, why she'd brought the pictures to the lunches she came to out at the farm, and why she and Gloria had pored over them for so long and so often. Tall, alabaster pillars lined the walkway on both sides, a delicate white rope hanging down in a smile between them. Pink, red, orange, and yellow flowers ran the length of the supports, and on every other one, a large picture of Molly and Hunter had been nailed right at adult eye level. He couldn't help smiling at the photos. Molly and Hunter were some of his best friends, and he loved them both so much. His breath steamed in front of him, and the saddle grew heavy. He finally reached the dome and opened the door so his children could enter before him.
"There you are!"
A woman rushed toward him as if she'd been lying in wait to accost him the moment he arrived.
"Thank heavens! Bring that saddle right up front."
She spun on her heel and marched away from him, moving fast for someone in a skirt so tight around the knees. Matt nearly rolled his eyes, but he followed Jessa Thompson, the wedding planner. He couldn't even imagine what she'd have done had he forgotten the saddle. "Find us a seat," he called over his shoulder to the kids. "Maybe up here by Elise." He passed her, and she got up to look behind him. He continued all the way to the altar, where he and Jessa positioned the saddle in the exact right spot. "I knew it would fit," he said, pride in every syllable. He gazed at the saddle, which Jessa started decorating with flowers.
"The wedding starts in 20 minutes,
she said, giving him a dirty look.
"I thought you were never going to show up."
"I told you what time I'd be here," he said. "It takes 5 minutes to lace flowers through the leather." He knew because he'd done it himself, and if he could get his thick fingers to tuck stems through the straps he'd purposefully created and looped to hold them, anyone could.
Still
what? He wanted to ask, but he didn't. He turned away from Jessa and retreated back to the first couple of rows. All of the Hammonds had already arrived, and Matt had a hard time telling some of Hunter's uncles apart. He did have a set of identical twins in there, so Matt didn't feel too badly about it. He shook hands with Chris, Hunter's grandfather, and sat down next to him. "How are you?" he asked quietly. Quiet enough that no one nearby would overhear. He had a special relationship with the man, almost like Chris could channel the spirit of his father. "It's been a busy morning already," Chris said with a smile. "Spilled juice all down the front of one of the flower girl's dresses, and then Ames got in a car accident on the way here." "You're kidding." Matt stood up and looked around. "Well, he's here though, right?" "He's here. He was driving over with Colton, so they didn't have any kids with them, thankfully." Matt sat back down and looked at Chris. The man had eyes the color of fresh dirt, and he wore his 84 years of age really well. His dark hair was always trimmed, and Matt had learned that Elise had been doing that for him for years. Today, he wore an impressive suit, probably one very much like the ones he used to wear as CEO of the Hammond family company. Hunter was the CEO now, and Matt had seen him in plenty of similar-looking suits, as he sometimes came straight to the farm from the office. Matt would rather die a slow death than wear a suit to work each day. Just wearing one to church each week, sans jacket, was a chore for him. He always unknotted his tie and unbuttoned that top button the moment he hit the driver's seat following the sermon, and he hoped he didn't choke today. After all, the wedding would be a lot longer than a Sabbath day sermon. "Matthew," a man said, and Matt turned toward the pastor himself. "Hello, Pastor Benson." Matt stood up again, a smile dancing across his face. "Is she ready?" "She seems to be." Pastor Benson shook his hand, his smile warm and his eyes filled with kindness. "She's actually asked me to find you. She wants you to come to the bride's room for a minute." "Really?" Matt glanced around as if someone would tell him the pastor was lying. "Do you see Gloria?" Pastor Benson asked. "She's supposed to go back too." "I haven't seen her." Matt turned to survey the rows and rows of chairs, which had started to fill since he'd arrived. Jessa flitted from this item to that one, and the noise inside the dome increased as more and more people streamed through the doors in the back. Matt swallowed at the sheer size of this place. It must hold 500 people, and he suddenly very much wanted to escape. "There she is," he said, a measure of relief filling him when he spotted Gloria's soft, wavy hair and freckled face. "I'll grab her and we'll go back." "Thank you," Pastor Benson said. "I need to get set up at the altar." He smiled and walked that way. Matt had listened to Molly detail how her father would walk her down the aisle first, then perform the ceremony. He supposed Pastor Benson did need to get some things organized before he went to join the wedding party. Matt paused next to Elise and said, "Molly asked for me and Gloria to come back for a minute. Are you okay with the kids?" He looked at Keith, who nodded. "We're fine, Dad." "They're fine," Elise assured him. He nodded at her, his gratitude for the woman reaching new heights. When she'd first come to Ivory Peaks, Matt had wondered what Gray Hammond had been thinking. She wasn't a city slicker, but she didn't understand farm life. Elise had learned, one day at a time, and she'd been fearless. Matt admired that, and as he walked toward Gloria, he couldn't help admiring her too. Physically, she was downright gorgeous, with strong arms and shoulders that still looked feminine. Today, she wore a bright blue dress that hugged her curves and fell to her knee, along with a pair of black heels that put her closer to Matt's height. Maybe only a couple of inches shorter, in fact. Since she'd arrived in Ivory Peaks, he hadn't been in a place to do much more than work with Gloria on the farm. They'd talked about their lives back in Montana, as she'd been born and raised in the nearby small town. They'd even dated for a while in Sugar Pond, and looking at her now, Matt wondered if he could have a second chance with the woman. His heart boomed in a weird way, something it hadn't done in a long, long time. He nearly tripped over his own feet as he tried to figure out what was different now that hadn't been yesterday. "Maybe you're ready," he thought. He'd come to Ivory Peaks only a few months after his divorce, and he hadn't been thinking about getting a new girlfriend or wife. "Maybe now you are." "Gloria," he said, his voice actually breaking as if he were the 15-year-old talking to the girl he had a crush on. She turned from one of Hunter's aunts and looked at him. Her eyes slid right down to his polished and pristine cowboy boots and back to his face. Something glinted there, and Matt cocked his head. "You look nice," she said. And for Gloria, that was a huge compliment. She was task-oriented, always greeting him with something more like, "We have 8 stalls to shovel this morning, and then I'm going to need your help with moving that stubborn bull out to the second pasture." Matt was sure she'd never complimented him before. "Thank you," he managed to say, though he reached for his tie to adjust it. "Well, you look amazing, as always." He glanced at Bree, who smiled at him. Pastor Benson said Molly wanted to see us for a moment." Gloria's eyebrows went up. "Oh, okay." For some reason, he offered her his arm, and for a reason wildly unbeknownst to him, she took it. Warmth spread through him, and his pulse increased until he could feel it fluttering in the vein of his neck. "I'm not sure why," he managed to say as they stepped away from Bree. "I was just tasked with finding you and taking you back." "Let's go see what she wants," Gloria said in a soft voice he'd only heard her use a few times. Whispers from the past streamed through his mind, and Matt fantasized about a new future with Gloria, one where she didn't tell him he was blind to see his failing farm for what it was, and one where he didn't tell her she needed to grow up and realize the world was bigger than Sugar Pond. Maybe she could forgive him for the things he'd said 2 decades ago. Maybe he could ask her to dinner, and maybe she'd say yes. A smile lit his soul as they left behind the burgeoning crowd and entered a private hallway. Gloria actually stepped closer to him, and Matt glanced at her as he tucked her arm into his body. He wasn't sure if he was ready to move past his first failed marriage, but something in the back of his mind said, "Yes, you are, Matthew. It's time." Sneak Peek, His Second Chance, Chapter 2. Despite not being overly feminine or girly, Gloria Munson sure did love a good wedding. The Hammonds knew how to throw a party, too, as she well knew from her time on the family farm. Every birthday, every holiday, every weekend, it seemed, food and family could be found at the farmhouse where Gray Hammond lived with his wife and family. Hunter Hammond came to the farm often enough for Gloria to know him well, and his almost wife, Molly, came even more often than that. If Gloria had to put a label on Molly, she'd call the woman her best friend. They worked together closely, along with Matt on Pony Power, and besides Gloria, no one liked to see the horses and children in the program more than Molly. "Did she say what she wanted?" Gloria asked, trying to tame the thrashing of her heart. "If she did, I didn't get the message," Matt said, his body so warm next to her forearm and hand. She had no idea why she'd linked her arm through his, only that it had felt natural and easy in the moment. Not only that, but he looked so dashing in his full, 3-piece suit, and perhaps she'd imagined the two of them about to attend a high society ball. She did read a lot of historical romance novels after all. She hadn't made it to the point where she'd bought any Regency dresses or anything. Gloria barely liked to wear a dress to church. In Montana, she'd been known to go in her jeans and cowgirl hat, but once she'd lost her father, the ranch, and every shred of dignity she had, Gloria had left the state in her rearview mirror. In Colorado, she'd been reinventing herself one day at a time, rebuilding her sanity one horse at a time, restocking her savings $1 at a time. She probably had enough to splurge on a ball gown now, should she really want one. Gloria thought of the bright orange post-it note she'd scattered around her cabin, one on the bathroom mirror, one on the refrigerator, one above the front door. Your own ranch. Gloria wanted her own ranch with every fiber of her being. She'd thought she was set to inherit the one she'd worked with her father for so long, but that hadn't worked out. "Here we are," Matt said, drawing her back to the hallway in the grand dome surrounded by snow-covered gardens. Gloria had found the landscape just as beautiful with flowers and vines wafting in the wind, the snow heaped on the sides of the sidewalk, and a cold, blue chill in the air, as she had when she'd visited the Royal Chinese Gardens last spring. He reached up and knocked on the door, and not 2 seconds later, a woman pulled it open. Her face softened as she took in Matt and Gloria, and Ingrid said, "Come on in." As she stepped back and opened the door, "Matt's here." Matt swallowed visibly, and Gloria understood why. Every single person in the room was female, all of Molly's sisters, her mother, her cousins, and even some friends. Gloria's life centered on the family ranch on the outskirts of Ivory Peaks, and she didn't know every person Molly associated with. "Matt," Molly said, swishing forward in an enormous wedding gown. She radiated sunlight and joy, her smile broad on her perfectly made-up face.
"I have something for the two of you."
She twisted but didn't try to turn in the dress. She'd probably fall down with a train that long and bushy.
"Kara, did you have those little boxes?" "I have them,"
another woman said, and she too belonged to Molly. This sister had never been to the ranch, so she must be Lyra. She'd been living in Utah and going to school, and she'd gotten married this past spring. She handed a pair of dark blue jewelry boxes to Molly, who extended them toward Matt and Gloria, her smile on double high now.
"Open them." "You didn't have to get me a gift,"
Gloria said, removing her hand from Matt's arm and reaching for the box.
"In fact, I'm pretty sure people bring the bride and groom gifts."
She met Molly's eye and smiled.
"I want you to wear these during the wedding,"
she said. Gloria looked down at her box and then at Matt. He gestured for her to go first, so she cracked the lid. A pair of gorgeous, dazzling diamond earrings sat nestled among black silk, and Gloria sucked in a breath.
"Molly," she looked up at the woman, "I can't accept these."
"Yes, you can." Molly reached for the box and took it back.
"You didn't even wear earrings, and I knew you wouldn't. You need these."
She took them out and handed them to Gloria.
"There's a mirror right over there if you need one."
She turned expectantly to Matt. "Here goes nothing," he said. "But my ears aren't even pierced." He grinned at Molly, who giggled, and opened his box. Gloria caught sight of the shock on his face first, and looked down into his jewelry box second. Cufflinks. "These are amazing," he said, taking them out of the box. He stepped into Molly and hugged her tight, and Gloria wished she'd done that. She wasn't particularly touchy-feely, though she did feel things deeply. She just didn't know how to express them. Once, her grandmother had said she was stoic and strong-willed, because she'd been raised by a single father who knew how to communicate with horses and cattle better than humans. Gloria had often found herself doing that too. She could murmur the secrets of her heart to a horse, and it would simply close its eyes halfway as if in bliss and listen. Matt turned to Gloria. "Help me put these on?" He wore hope and delight in his eyes, and Gloria nearly dropped her earrings at the sight of the boyish smile on his face. Her heart thumped in her chest as she handed her earrings to Molly to hold, and reached to help Matt with his cufflinks. He extended the first toward her, and her fingers touched his to take it from him. Sparks shot up her arm, and she steadfastly refused to look at him again. If she did, she had no idea what might happen. She'd probably spontaneously combust or something. "Well, I'm not sure." She threaded the link through and popped out the back. "Oh, got it." She smiled at him, her stomach swooping. At least she hadn't burst into flames. He didn't smile, though, and she'd seen that look in his eyes before. Desire swam in those half-blue, half-gray depths, and she felt it move through her, too. She shifted her feet, which hurt in the heels, and she took the second cufflink. With that one in place, the cute little horse sparkling just like her earrings, she stepped back. She needed a lungful of air that wasn't scented like Matt's cologne and the woodsy, clean smell of his skin. Her fingers twitched when she looked up and saw he had a lock of hair that had fallen onto his forehead. Before, when they dated, she'd swoop that back into place, lean into him, and kiss him. Before, when Gloria had confidence and the whole world in front of her. Now, she took another step back and bumped into Ingrid.
"Sorry,"
she murmured. Molly handed her the earrings, and Gloria walked over to the mirror. It had been a long time since she dressed up with jewelry. She'd sold anything of any value before leaving Montana, and she certainly didn't need diamonds to teach a horse how to stay close to the rail. With the gems in her ears, Gloria let her hands fall back to her sides. A distinct feeling cascaded over her, and she could only stare at her reflection. She felt beautiful, and Gloria never felt like that.
"They're lovely,"
Molly's mother said, and Gloria turned toward her. Swallowing, she said,
"Thank you."
She turned and went back to Molly, whose sisters were now pinning her flower crown in place.
"We should go, Matt."
She stopped next to Molly, trying to figure out which words to use.
"They complete that outfit,"
Molly said, holding very still.
"You were gorgeous before, but now you're over the top."
She grinned.
"You're going to have so many men asking you to dance. Hunter has practically everyone from HMC here. There's a very good-looking lab technician named Larry."
Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and Gloria shook her head, though she smiled. She sort of lunged at Molly and hugged her tight. So tight, Molly grunted.
"Thank you."
Gloria released her and walked past Matt, not able to look him in the eyes. Behind her, he said something to Molly, and before she knew it, he'd caught up to her. He didn't offer his arm again, and they'd already started down the hall anyway. "Those earrings are stunning," he said.
"It's too much," she said. "I shouldn't have taken them."
"Well, you know the Hammonds are billionaires, right?" he asked. Gloria's step slowed, and she cut a look at Matt out of the corner of her eye.
"I mean, I haven't asked, and I haven't seen their bank accounts."
"Every one of them," he said. "Hunter, all of his siblings, though they don't know it yet. His dad, all the uncles, the grandfather. Billions." He smiled in a soft, friendly way. "They can afford a pair of earrings." Gloria wanted to argue with him that principles had to be maintained. At the same time, she didn't want to argue with him. His fingers brushed hers, and Gloria pulled in a breath. On the next step, she inched a little closer to him, and this time his hand caught right on hers. He fumbled slightly, but quickly aligned their fingers. "Is this okay?" he asked, his voice a near whisper as they approached the end of the hall. Beyond that doorway, the grand hall would arch above them, and they'd attend the wedding. Gloria couldn't get her voice to work, so she simply nodded. Matt squeezed her hand, and she wondered how she could tell him everything that had happened in the past 20 years.
"One piece at a time,"
she thought. He increased his step and jumped in front of her right as they reached the doorway. "Are you staying for the whole thing?" She had no choice but to look into those eyes. His curiosity lived there, shrouding something else she couldn't identify. "The wedding? The dinner? The dance?" he asked. "All of it?"
"I was planning on it."
He took a step closer and looked down at the narrow space between their bodies. She had no choice but to breathe in the sexy, male scent of him, and while her brain screamed at her to back up, her feet didn't move a single centimeter. "Are you really going to dance with anyone who asks?" Gloria emitted a light scoff.
"No one's going to ask."
"I'm asking," he said. "Right now." He took her other hand in his and met her gaze. I don't want you to dance with anyone but me tonight. She had no idea what to say. He wore his confidence well, and he always had. Well, he'd been a bit different than she remembered when they'd first reunited in Ivory Peaks. She'd learned he was only 4 months out of a marriage, and he'd seemed softer. Still strong and hard-working, but not so filled with bluster and laughter. Months had passed since then, over a year. Slowly, she'd watched him heal into a new version of himself, and surprisingly, Gloria had done the same. Her attraction to Matt had never really left her. It had only been lying dormant. Until now. What do you think? He whispered. Will you dance with me, and only me, at this wedding? I hope you enjoyed this family-centric cowboy romance by Liz Isaacson. There's a lot more where this came from, so please join Liz in her reader group on Facebook, or follow her on her author page, author Liz Isaacson. This has been His First Love, a Hammond Family Farm novel, Ivory Peaks Romance, Book 1. Written by Liz Isaacson. Narrated by Cody Roberts. Copyright 2020 by AEJ Creative Works. Production copyright 2021 by AEJ Creative Works.